This is Audible.
This is Wolf Queen by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente.
Chapter 1. Maxim. 14 years earlier. 1 month. 1 month and I'm free. I'll be done with high school and fucking AP statistics and out of my big brother Bane's shadow for good. Or at least for a year or two. Dad finally okayed my extended trip to Europe, provided I take along a security detail. Come June, I'll be on a plane to Prague, then Croatia, then to an island off the coast of Greece where European shifters meet up every year for a midsummer party unlike anything boring, stick-up-its-ass North America has ever seen. My friend Aaron says they eat these special mushrooms and dance until they can't stand, and that he had more sex in 3 days than in the entire rest of his life combined. Though, I'm not sure that's saying much. Aaron is a cool, funny guy, but super shy around girls. Add in the fact that none of us are supposed to mess around with the other wolves in our pack, and there's a good chance he was a virgin before his trip last summer. But still, his tales have fueled the fire that's been burning inside of me since sophomore year, when it became apparent my teachers were still going to mention my brother's name every freaking class period, even though Bane graduated the year before. I make better grades than my brother and cause far less trouble, but his devil-may-care charm lingers in people's brains. Hell, it lingers in my brain. I love my brother. He's cool as hell and so much fun to hang out with, but he's also inconsiderate, has a Godzilla-sized ego, and struggles to focus on anything other than Bane or his girlfriend Kelly for more than 10 minutes at a time. He hasn't been to visit Mom in months. He sees Dad every day for alpha training, but he's too busy to head up to the family apartment at the end of the day to have dinner with Mom or play with our little sister Diana. I spend my fair share of nights out with friends or grabbing a quick meal in the atrium while studying for AP statistics, a class I'm convinced was created by the devil himself, but I always make time for Mom and Squirt. Especially Squirt. At 4, my little sister is fucking hysterical. She barely comes to my knee, but bosses me around like a little queen. The second I'm through the door, she grabs my hand and drags me off to her room to play dolls or hide and seek or murder kitchen, a game she made up. Dressed in her chef costume, she'll feed me plastic food from her kids' cook playset, only revealing if it's poison after I've pretended to eat it. Then, if I've gobbled up a murder plate, I'm obligated to perform a dramatic and prolonged death scene, while Diana giggles hysterically like the sick little cookie she is. Mom finds the game morbid and jokes that Diana's going to grow up to be a contract killer or something if we keep it up, but I think it's awesome. I love how weird and creative and silly Dee is, because she's sweet, too. After dinner, we usually head into the living room to watch something on TV, and each time she crawls up into the big armchair with me because I'm very good at snuggling, while Mom watches us from the couch with a smile. And at bedtime, when I carry Dee into her room to tuck her in, she always says, "I love you, Zim Zim." Maxim is too hard for her to say, before she curls up into a tiny ball beneath the covers. My heart twists in my chest every time. She's just so tiny and cool, and I love her so much. Honestly, I'd do anything for her, though I try not to let her know it since she's also a pint-sized tyrant who would absolutely abuse her power over me if she realized she had it. "You're going to be a great dad someday, baby," Mom said the last time I emerged from tucking in my little sis, pulling me in for a hug before I headed down to the apartment I share with Aaron and a couple of our friends on a lower floor. "I'm so proud of your big heart. Dee and I both love it when you come hang out with us. I rolled my eyes, but returned the hug, dropping a kiss to the top of Mom's head as I said, Yeah, I guess you guys are all right. All right? Mom pulled away with an arched brow. We're cool as hell, kid. Not to mention I'm the only one who knows the recipe for that sausage pasta you're obsessed with, and don't you forget it. Oh, I won't. Love you. I laughed and hugged her again before hurrying out the door. Aaron and I were going to play video games before bed, I think. Or I was wanting to text with a cute fairy girl I'd met at a club the previous weekend. There was some reason I was in such a hurry that I noticed Mom's hug felt a little weaker than usual, but ignored it. But even if I hadn't, even if I'd said something to Dad about it, there was nothing I could have done to save her. Afterwards, after the funeral and the mourning rituals and holding my dad while he cried in front of me for the first time, I worked up the nerve to ask the doctor about it. He said even if she'd been put on bed rest and agreed to terminate her pregnancy, she still might not have lived through it. And Mom wouldn't have agreed to that. She wanted to give Diana a little sister too much. The baby who died along with Mom was another girl. Another girl. Conceived naturally, even though Mom was 48 years old and should have been done having kids for fuck's sake. She and Dad should have taken precautions. They should have realized that she was too old for it to be safe for her to get pregnant again. They should have realized how much the kids they had already needed their mother. Later, I would work through a fucking truckload of anger with both my parents and fate, and even that poor little stillborn baby. Later, I would grieve and change and harden, and become someone so different from the boy I was before. But on the afternoon I pushed through my parents' front door after school, bursting to tell Mom the good news about my trip, only to find Diana cowering under the coffee table in her wolf form, keening like the world is about to end. All I feel is terror. Dropping my backpack to the floor, I race across the room, falling to my knees by the table and reaching for my sister. Dee Dee, baby, what's wrong? I hook my thumbs under her front legs and gently pull her into my arms. Sitting back on my heels, I cuddle her close and stroke her fuzzy white fur, still not as coarse as a grown wolf's. Hush, Squirt, it's okay, I'm here. What's wrong? Where's Mom? She whimpers harder and squirms in my arms. I reach out telepathically. Hey there, sis, don't cry. I'm here. Just calm down and talk to me, okay? Can you hear me in your head? If so, nod once for me, all right? But she doesn't nod. She continues to keen and moan, which isn't really a surprise. She's a precocious kid and has already found her pack gift years before most kids even understand what that is. But developing telepathic powers before puberty is almost unheard of. So she's still a wolf pup when I pick her up, carrying her with me as I move through the apartment, calling out for Mom. Dee can't speak in her furry form. She has no way to tell me that I'm about to turn the corner in the master bedroom and find our mother lying by the bathtub in a sea of red. There's so much blood it almost completely covers the tile. Only Mom's face, so pale it's whiter than the marble countertops, is blood-free. It makes it easy to see how still and stiff her features have become. Easy to see that her eyes aren't blinking, and conclude they'll never blink again. The realization that my mother is dead hits like a sledgehammer to the stomach, and my first instinct is to run. I want to hold tight to Diana and race out of this room, this apartment, this tower, to run and keep running until we reach another reality where this hasn't happened. Or maybe we can time travel, sprint fast enough to slip into the past and save our mom. This woman who is the heart of our family, our touchstone, the voice I hear in my head when I'm trying to be the kindest, highest version of myself. But at 18, I know better. I can't run. There is no escape from the brutal pain and grief that's already on top of me and my poor baby sister. Throat tight with misery, I hug Diana close as I whisper, "Oh, Dee, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. But I'm here. I'm never going to leave you, okay? I promise." And then, even though I'm dying to go to my mother and touch her face and kiss her forehead and close her poor eyes and howl over her body, I turn and walk back into the living room, holding my shit together for my sister. I call the emergency medical team, and then my father, continuing to stay strong as he lets out a tortured, choking sound before promising he'll be up as fast as he can. Then I call Bane, who doesn't answer. Then I call him again, and again, because I know he only left the tower a few minutes ago. I saw him headed out with Kelly on my way through the atrium after school. The fourth time I leave a simple, brutal message. "Mom's dead. Come home, now." Letting all the anger building inside of me come spilling out in my voice before I hang up and turn back to Diana, continuing to stroke her fur as she whimpers in my lap. It's not Bane's fault either, of course. But in that moment, it feels like his fault. His fault that I'm the one who found her, that I'm the one here aging 10 years and 10 minutes as I realize I have to be Diana's primary parent now. I have to take care of her the way Mom would want. Dad's going to be too grief-stricken and too busy being alpha, and Bane has a hard time caring about anyone's pain but his own. I know that even before Bane comes rolling into the apartment 2 hours later, long after Mom's body has been wheeled away and my weeping father has left to take care of the paperwork at the morgue. I emerge from Diana's bathroom. She's a little girl again, and I've managed to distract her from the nightmare in progress with a bubble bath and a tub full of toys. To find Bane leaning heavily on Kelly as he staggers through the front door. His face is red and puffy, but I'm not sure if it's tears or whiskey that's to blame. "You fucking reek," I snap, stopping at the end of the hallway and propping my hands on my hips, not about to let him any closer to Dee in his current state. "Where have you been?" "Take it easy on him, Max," Kelly says, her eyes bloodshot too. "When he heard the news, he just..." She gulps a breath. "He snapped, okay? He bought a fifth and just started guzzling it. I got him here as fast as I could." "Don't wanna," Bane mumbles, his eyelids drooping. "Hate this. I can smell the fucking blood." He shudders. "Don't want to be here." "Then leave," I snap. "You're not going to be any help like that anyway. Might as well have gone to the club. No reason to let Mom's death interfere with having a good time, right?" "Stop, Maxim," Kelly says. "He lost his mother." "So did I say, lowering my voice. "And so did our baby sister, who's only 4 years old and fucking traumatized because she found her mom lying in a puddle of blood. We have to be strong for her right now. We don't have the luxury of falling apart or getting wasted or running away. After 2 years of alpha training, seems like you would have gotten that memo by now, brother." Bane drags his eyes wider, meeting my gaze in the increasingly electrified air as I add, "Alphas don't get drunk and expect other people to take care of them during a crisis. They pull themselves together and take care of their pack and their people, especially their family." Bane's jaw clenches, and suddenly the air beneath my shirt feels hot, and the hair at the nape of my neck stirs in a thermo-activated breeze. I've never been on the receiving end of my brother's pack gift. Even when we were children, he knew better than to risk setting a person on fire. But it only takes a second for me to realize what's happening. but it doesn't scare me the way it probably should. No, I'm not scared. I'm fucking livid. I see red, the dark crimson of my mother's lifeblood spilled across the floor. A second later, I'm across the room, fisting Bane's shirt in both hands. Chapter 2. Maxim. I tug him close until his face is inches from mine. Go ahead, I seethe. Burn me alive, brother, but I won't burn alone. If I burn, you burn with me. You're just jealous you weren't born first, he slurs as the heat simmering against my skin flares hotter. You're so desperate to be alpha, it's fucking pathetic. But you'll never be in charge, baby brother. I'm in charge. Me, not you. Dad's in charge, you arrogant piece of shit, and he will be for a very long time. My eyes narrow on his. So if I were you, I'd start making an effort to prove you've got what it takes to fill his shoes. I don't want to be alpha. I truly fucking don't, but I'm ready to step up if I have to. Is that a threat? He whispers, his face still so close to mine that the whiskey on his breath burns my nose. No, it's a promise, I say, so warm now that the heat waves emerging from my shirt make Bane's face appear to ripple before my eyes. I won't let you drag our people down to your level. You will rise, or I'll make damned sure you fall. You couldn't beat me in the ring. Not even on my worst day, he growls as sweat begins to drip down my face. I got 3 inches and 40 pounds on you, baby brother. I will fucking destroy you. I'll rip you apart piece by... Stop it, both of you! Kelly cuts in, placing a hand on each of our chests. Stop, please! Bane, you're drunk. You don't want to hurt Maxim. And Maxim, you're grieving. You don't know what you're saying. Both of you just need to calm down, okay? Come on, Bane. She tugs at Bane's shoulder, then tugs a little harder. Now! You need to sober up before you do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. She takes his chin in her hand, turning his face to hers as she whispers. Please, baby. Everyone falters sometimes, even alphas and future alphas. It's okay that you're in pain. You don't have to be strong right now. Let me be strong for you. I expect Bane to shrug her off, or to push her away and take a swing at my head. Instead, his face crumples and a choked sound rises in his throat as the heat he's generated abruptly vanishes from the atmosphere. He reaches for Kelly, wrapping his arms around her much smaller frame. Mom's dead, he whimpers. Fuck Kelly, my mom. I'm never going to see her again. Her eyes filling with tears, Kelly squeezes him tight. I know, babe. I'm so sorry. Come on, let's go back to your apartment. Somewhere it's safe to grieve. She shoots a firm look my way. Call for childcare help, Maxim. Get someone up here to watch Diana and then call a friend. You need support right now too, just like everyone else. I need to be here for my sister. I force out through a tight throat. That's what family does, Kelly. We're supposed to take care of each other. Yeah, well, it's okay to need help with that, she says, guiding a still sobbing Bane back toward the entryway. We'll call later, once Bane's slept it off. She reaches for the handle, glancing back at me as she urges Bane through the door first. I'm so sorry for your loss. Mara was a wonderful woman. My throat goes even tighter, so tight I can only nod in response. After the door closes behind them, I take a second to breathe, willing the tears pooling in my eyes away. I can't cry, not yet. I can't risk upsetting Diana again. I pull myself together, shove all my anger and pain into a box in my head to be opened at a later date, and hurry back to the bathroom to check on my sister. I think I've done a good job of concealing my emotions, but the moment I step through the door, Diana's eyes widen. She cowers back against the edge of the tub, sinking lower in her bubbles. Hey, Squirt, it's okay, I say, forcing a small smile. It's just me, nothing to be afraid of. Your colors are bad, she whispers, and I silently curse fate for giving my sister a pack gift so young. She can read auras and instinctively knows what they mean, but she's still a baby. She doesn't understand that no one can be happy or even well-intentioned all the time. Sometimes rage is a perfectly reasonable and even necessary response. I know. I sink down onto the closed toilet seat beside the bath. I'm just sad. And mad. Really mad, she says, calling me on my bullshit the way she always does. I have no idea if all little kids are like this, or if it's just Dee. I haven't spent much time around other 4-year-olds, but I love and hate this about her. Sometimes a person needs to lie to protect themselves and the people they love. Sometimes a lie needs to be allowed to stand so the truth doesn't bring everything crashing down. But I can still lie to Diana. I just need to get a little more creative about it. I am mad, I confess. The things that happened today don't seem fair, and that makes me really mad. Diana's eyes fill as she nods. Me too. I reach out, resting a hand on her damp hair. Then we can be mad together. And then someday we'll be happy together too, I promise. I say, though I don't really believe it. Happiness feels impossible. I can still smell the metallic scent of blood drifting from the other bathroom, for fuck's sake. And when I close my eyes, even for a second, all I see is Mom's lifeless face. Everything feels so dark, so empty and hopeless. You want to come have a sleepover at my place? I ask, suddenly needing out of this apartment, now. You can sleep in my big bed with me and I'll make you pancakes in the morning. Dee's features lift. Can I skip brushing my teeth like last time? I nod. Yeah, and we can watch a movie in bed until you fall asleep. 101 Dalmatians, 'cause I'm gonna be a Dalmatian when I grow up. I shake my head and huff. You are not. You're a wolf, kid, and you will always be a wolf. No, I won't, she says with a secret little grin. I'm going to be a Dalmatian because they have the best white and black spots. You'll see, you don't know everything. I sigh. That's the truth, for sure. Her grin widens, but almost immediately falls away. Can I bring Blanky and 3 stuffies? And Mama's robe? I want to smell Mama when I wake up, Zim Zim, so I don't miss her too much. And even though it just about kills me, even though I know Diana's always going to miss her mama, and I'm always going to miss my mama, and that the grief that's settling over this family like toxic dust is going to change all of us forever, I nod. Sure, Squirt. I'll go get that while you put on your pajamas and pick out the toys you want to bring. I'll leave a note for Dad, too. It isn't until an hour later, after I've watched half the movie with Diana and my sister is sleeping hard, that I sneak out to the living room where my friends are playing video games, clicking the buttons softly, out of respect for the dead. Aaron and the others look up at me with sad eyes as I announce, I'm going for a run. If Diana wakes up, tell her I'll be back soon, okay? Sure, man, Aaron says, his brow furrowing as he adds, I'm so sorry, brother. Anything you need, we're here for you. I nod and force out a soft, thank you. Then I head out the door, down the elevator, and out onto the cool city streets. And then I run. I run and run and run until I'm too exhausted and dehydrated to cry. even if I wanted to, which I don't. I have to be strong and level-headed, centered enough to hold my family together while everyone else crumbles with grief. I have to hold my brother accountable and take care of my little sister, and be a strong shoulder my father can lean on. The next day, I cancel my trip to Europe. The next, I start hitting the gym even harder than I did before, determined to be strong enough to take care of my family and my pack. I don't consciously admit that I'm bulking up in preparation to challenge Bane for alpha if I have no other choice, but the knowledge is always there, lingering at the back of my mind. And then one day, Bane is suddenly gone, and I'm heir to the throne. And slowly, as the years pass, I forget that there was a time when I was afraid of what my brother might do to our people if he were allowed to take charge. I forget, until Bane forces me to remember.
Chapter 3. Willow. Present day. I hunch lower behind the row of massive garbage cans, breathing through my nose to blunt the stank, then holding my breath as two men pass by, speaking rapidly in a language I can't understand. They're shifters too, but not members of the North Star Pack. They're employees of the garbage company that services the tower, and probably won't report me if they find me hiding out in the sub-basement. But they'll certainly be curious. I can't afford to inspire curiosity right now, or attract attention. Maxim could find my go fuck yourself note any minute, and Diana and I have to get out of the building before that happens. "Where are you, Diana?" I mutter, my heart pounding as I peek over the edge of the giant blue bins, toward the industrial elevator on the other side of the wide, open garage space. But there's still no sign of her, and the 3 trucks have finished loading and, one by one, are rumbling to life. If we don't get in one soon, our plan will fail. We'll be trapped here and forced to face Maxim's wrath. He's going to be livid when he reads my note. No doubt in my mind. But that's fine. Let him get angry and stay angry. Let him hate me as much as I hate him. I do hate him. But I also hate myself for being so damned trusting and optimistic and just plain stupid. I should have known better than to let my guard down around Maxim Thorne for a second, even if it did seem like he was starting to have feelings for me too. But Maxim doesn't have feelings. He has plans and schemes and tactical maneuvers planned far in advance. Maxim is all about the end game, and he doesn't give a damn who he hurts in the process. My hand drops to hover over my belly. I send out another silent prayer to any gods that might be listening, begging them to let Maxim fail this time. Please, don't let me be pregnant. Please. I close my eyes, willing any sperm still swimming around inside of me to shrivel and die. Human sperm can remain active for as long as 48 hours, and shifter sperm even longer, so there's a chance I'm not pregnant yet, but will be soon if I don't get to a pharmacy for a morning after pill. Another reason I have to get on one of those trucks. I have to go, with or without Diana. I'm bracing myself to dart from behind the bins, climb up the ladder at the back of the closest truck, and jump into the trash alone, when a slim hand comes to rest on my shoulder beside my backpack strap. Another clamps down over my mouth, stifling the scream that bursts from my throat. "Sorry, it's just me," Diana hisses from behind me. I shift on my toes, staying in a squat as I turn to her with wide eyes and a rush of breath. "I thought you weren't going to make it." "I had to come down through the dumbwaiter in the cafeteria kitchen," she says, taking my hand. "Maxim already has people watching the stairs and the elevators. We have to get out of here now, Willow, or we aren't getting out at all." I swallow past the knot forming in my throat. "Let's go. I'm ready." "Me too," she says, squeezing my fingers. Follow me. I have an idea how to make it out without getting covered in garbage. Nodding, I hitch my backpack firmly onto both shoulders and tail her out from behind the bins. We both stay hunched over, hopefully avoiding being spotted in the truck driver's rearview mirrors as we scurry to the back of the closest vehicle. Diana stops, pointing to the concrete floor before she drops down onto all fours and crawls between the giant wheels, under the rumbling machine. Pulse dancing with nerves, I follow. After only a beat, my eyes adjust to the dim light to see Diana pulling a large spare tire from a wide metal shelf on the left side of the vehicle. "Get up, in there," she says, motioning me into the space left behind as she pushes the tire into the space between the two back wheels. She dashes out from under the truck again, disappearing just long enough to make my heart start to slam against my ribs in panic before she reappears and crawls across the concrete to hop up onto the shelf beside me. "Won't they notice the wheel lying on the ground?" I ask, just loud enough to be heard over the rumble of the engine. "It's too dark down here," Diana says, "and they have no reason to be looking behind them as they pull out." I bite my lip and nod, but it feels like an unnecessary risk. I'm about to suggest we go ahead and jump in with the garbage while we still have the chance. I'd rather be injured by crushed glass and random sharp trash than imprisoned by her brother, when the truck lurches forward. Diana and I both fall onto our sides, but by the time the truck starts to gain speed up the ramp leading to the outside world, we've tucked ourselves into the corner of the shelf and found some dingy yellow straps to hold on to. Up, up, up we circle, the air thick with exhaust fumes and the pungent funk of the trash in the giant bin above us. And then, suddenly the air cools dramatically, and the din of car horns and screeching tires fills the air as the trucks barrel out into the early morning traffic. It's rush hour, and what I can see of the street outside from our perch is bumper to bumper. But the garbage truck drivers are aggressive. They muscle their way into the flow before cutting across 4 lanes and taking their share out of the biker's path before turning left on a main thoroughfare leading to the west side. We're on our way. We made it out from under Maxim's thumb. I exhale a shaky breath, and Diana reaches over to squeeze my hand. "I told you. We can do this, Willow. No doubt in my mind." I nod, forcing a smile, though I'm not so sure. I've never met Diana's boyfriend, Jacob. I don't know if we can trust him to help us get out of New York. I don't know if the fake passports Diana paid an insane amount of money for last night will grant us passage across the border to Canada, or if we'll be able to survive on our own in the human world. And no matter how relieved I am to be leaving the man who betrayed me last night behind, I can't help feeling that we may have jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Chapter 4. Maxim. I crouched down next to one of the enforcers sprawled on my sister's kitchen floor, noting the light floral scent rising from his heavily snoring body. Drugged, I'm guessing. I'm not sure with what, but there isn't a mark on him or any of the other men, so that must be what happened. My sister and my fiancé drugged their bodyguards, left their alpha a threatening, treasonous note, and thought they could waltz out of this tower without me lifting a finger to stop them. They couldn't be more wrong, and when I get my hands on them, I stand, my fingers curling into fists at my sides. Diana is going back to the nursery where little girls who don't know how to control themselves belong. And Willow isn't leaving my sight again. I'll lock her in the consort's quarters under a triple guard, after making sure her rooms are cleared of any object she could use to cause trouble. She will have no phone, no pens, no eating utensils, not so much as a sheet of paper she could use to give herself a paper cut. I will keep her safely imprisoned until our son or daughter is born, and then I drag a hand through my hair with a soft curse. I don't fucking know what I'll do with my lying, conniving, beautiful, brilliant, headstrong, infuriating mate then, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I already have enough on my fucking plate right now trying to stop the annihilation of my pack. Before I can tumble any deeper down that stress wormhole, the medics arrive to take the guards away on stretchers. I'm locking up and preparing to sprint down to the enforcer offices to put eyes on the security camera feeds. Willow and Diana are still in the tower, there's no doubt in my mind, when Hermione calls my name from down the hall. "Maxim, hurry!" she says, stopping in the middle of the carpet and motioning for me to follow her with an urgent circle of her arm. "They just left the building, but if we hurry, we can catch them." "What?" I ask, already running toward her. "How the hell did they get out? We have guards. I think they stowed away on one of the garbage trucks." Hermione cuts in as she falls in beside me, both of us racing for the elevators. Or at least Diana did. I picked up a read on the tracking device you put on her phone about a block from the tower, moving fast toward Uptown. She must have been too far underground to get service before. I curse, but we don't know if Willow's with her. "No," Hermione says, punching the down button and tapping her foot impatiently as we wait for an elevator car to arrive. "But I'd say it's a safe bet. Willow spent her entire life in the parallel. She doesn't know her way around human side or have any allies here. I doubt she'd make a break for it without help." I wouldn't be so sure. I mutter, my pulse leaping as the elevator dings and the doors slide open. The car is empty, thank the stars, so I'm not forced to hurl any pack members into the hallway as I dart inside and use my ring to override the controls, sending us on a non-stop trip to the ground floor. She's probably very upset with me this morning. That's one way of putting it, Hermione mutters as she steps inside. I cut a sharp look her way. "Need to get something off your chest, Second?" "No, sir," Hermione says as the doors slide closed. Her jaw muscle throbs under her skin for a beat before she adds, "But I heard what happened. Sophia can't keep her mouth shut to save her life. You should have told me to send a female guard who also isn't a gossip. Though at least Sophia has medic training, so she was able to assure Willow the drugs you gave her won't have any long-lasting negative side effects. But now everyone knows how little respect you have for your future mate. You could have at least tried to spare her dignity." "I did what I had to do to protect our people and the future of the shifter world," I snap. "Sadly, Willow's dignity, and my dignity for that matter, has to come second to that." "I get it, but you shouldn't have drugged her," she says, her gaze fixed on the elevator's control panel. "You shouldn't have taken her free will away, Maxim. That's a violation, any way you cut it, and She trails off, and I struggle to breathe, her words hitting me like a fist to the gut. "I never thought I didn't violate her," I say roughly, forcing the words out. "I didn't, Hermione. I swear to you, I wouldn't do that. She's attracted to me. She told me as much herself. And we'd been together, intimately, before. Not like that, but close, and it was completely consensual." Hermione turns her head, her disappointed eyes meeting mine. "But it wasn't consensual last night, Maxim. It couldn't be because you drugged her. And I'm guessing you used a fairy powder, right? Which means you put your own safety at risk again, too. What happens if they come after you for buying that shit?" "I used a trusted source," I mutter, feeling worse with every passing second, and knowing the sinking feeling in my stomach has little to do with the elevator lurching to a stop. I was so angry last night. Angry at Willow for lying to me about being a virgin, and angry with myself for being a fool, that it was easy to push all the moral confusion I'd felt before away. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't have serious doubts about whether to pull the trigger on my plan. I didn't want to hurt Willow, but there was so much at stake, and she was refusing to see that trying to conceive a child was the only way to keep our people safe. To keep her safe. Willow might never be able to understand that, or to forgive me for what I did. She made that pretty clear in her letter, but surely Hermione can see where I'm coming from. As we step out of the elevator, striding toward the main entrance where a team of enforcers is already waiting, I add softly, I did it because I cared about her age. Because I need to keep her safe, even if she ends up hating me for it. Hermione sighs. And she might, Maxim. But I'll do what I can to bring her back to you anyway. She sure as hell isn't safe out there. We're still several yards from the team she's so swiftly and capably assembled when she stops and turns to face me. But you crossed a line last night, she whispers. Not just with Willow, but with me. I can't support anything like that, ever, no matter what's at stake. I need you to promise me nothing like that happens again, or I'm out. For good. I clench my jaw and drop my gaze to the marble tile beneath our feet, feeling like I've swallowed a hurricane. There are so many emotions rampaging in my chest that I'm not sure what to feel or say, but I am keenly aware of the two distinct sides of the storm inside. One half is enraged that my second is daring to challenge my authority at a time like this, livid that she's set herself up as my moral superior, and determined to show her how wrong she is about everything, from Willow to me to how far we have to be prepared to go to save our people. The other half is miserable, panicked, and desperate to prove to the women I love, from Hermione to Willow to Diana, that they are so fucking important to me. They are in my heart and mind all the time, even when I'm forced into making decisions that aren't the kindest or the fairest, or even decent. It doesn't matter that she lied about what Pax did or didn't do to her. What you did to Willow last night is indefensible. The voice in my head squirms through my brain, leaving more pain and regret behind. But I don't have time for any of this shit, so I simply say, I hear you. We'll talk more later. Getting Willow and Diana back where they're safe comes first. She hesitates only a second before she nods and says, Agreed. But it's long enough to see the disappointment in her eyes. I still have her loyalty for now, but I've lost her respect. And fuck, that hurts too. As we organize the enforcers into groups of 5 and quickly map out the route each team should take to catch up to the garbage truck and cut it off before it gets too far uptown, my throat is full of knives. Every word forced from my lips slices me on the way out. Once we're through the doors, I'm grateful for the cold air outside the tower and a reason to run up the street while Hermione leads a team to the east and the next avenue over. Cars would be a waste of time at this point. The rush hour traffic is crawling along so slowly we'll be able to move faster on foot, and the garbage truck will likely stop several times before its final destination, giving us ample opportunity to close the distance between us. I'm feeling optimistic about that, at least. We will catch up to Willow and Diana and bring them home. What happens after that, however, remains to be seen. If they start spreading dangerous stories about me being some sort of shadow king, I'm not sure what I'll do. Most of my people won't believe it, of course. They know how hard I work to ensure their safety and happiness, but dissent from my nearest and dearest could be dangerous. Willow is so new to our pack that her words alone shouldn't make much of a difference, but with Diana backing her up. Diana isn't your typical angsty teen. After our mother died, the entire pack rallied around her. She may have spent most of her nights in the nursery with her nanny, but she was raised by every wolf in our tower. They love her not just as their pack princess, but as one of their own children. They love me as an alpha doing my best to follow in my father's footsteps. No matter which of us comes out on top in their hearts, being forced to choose sides will fracture our pack, at a time when we need unity the most. This battle with my sister will make it that much easier for Bane to swoop in, get rid of me, and take control. And no matter what Willow and Diana think, I know Bane isn't what's best for our people or the shifter world. When life gets hard, Bane gets disinterested, or worse, belligerent. After our mother died, I doubt he visited Diana more than a handful of times before he and Kelly took off. I was in the nursery at least 3 or 4 times a week. Diana had sleepovers at my place until she was 11 and decided hanging out with her big brother wasn't cool anymore, and she'd rather spend Friday nights with her friends. And it's not just family that Bane has a habit of letting down. Dad doesn't talk much about the time he spent training my brother to take over as Alpha, but he's let enough slip that I know he wasn't pleased with Bane's focus, work ethic, or dedication to the pack. Maybe that would have improved as he aged, but I doubt it. Bane is who he is, and that isn't a person who has any business leading our people. I'll find a way to make Diana understand that. To convince her that I'm the lesser of two evils at the very least, and that I'm trying so hard to do what's best for the pack with as little damage to each individual member as possible. But until I find the words to persuade her, it might be better if Diana and Willow are secured at an alternate location where they can't stir up trouble. As my group of 5 turns a corner 6 blocks up to spot the garbage truck descending into the bowels of another high-rise, a plan begins to form. I take a quick inventory of the enforcers on either side of me as we hurry down the narrow drive. All of them are loyal, and none are particular favorites of Hermione's. If I tell them to keep quiet about what happens here, they will. Especially if they're part of the guard watching over Willow and Diana in a safe house upstate. As we duck into the cool shadows of the large parking garage, I'm plotting how to transport the women without attracting unnecessary attention. My focus is split, half here with my men, half in an unmarked car zooming out of the city to an isolated cabin away from the noise and confusion. There, Willow and Diana will both have the chance to cool off, see there's another side to this story, and hopefully come around to forgiving me for my unavoidable sins. It's as much a pretty daydream as a plan, and I'm so caught up in it, I don't realize we're being followed until the first blast of bright blue light spears through the gloom, and Briggs drops to the concrete with a tortured groan. A second later, I've spun to face our attackers, my weapon drawn, but even as I level the gun at the 3 tall, masked figures stalking toward us, I know it's pointless. Fairies can't be killed by bullets. Their clothing is enchanted to protect them from human weapons. Our best bet is to shift and inflict enough damage with teeth and claws to get out of here and back to the tower. Though, if these 3 are here to enforce fairy law, the safety of the tower would only be temporary. When the Fae seek vengeance against those who illegally use their magic, they don't stop until they've made an example of the offender. After all the forbidden fairy charms and powders I've procured in the past few days, these 3 may very well have been sent to kill me. It's my last thought before a blast of light from the tallest Fae's hands explodes in front of my face, and the world goes black.
Chapter 5. Willow. At the garbage truck's 3rd stop, Diana slides out of our hiding place and motions for me to follow. I scoot to the edge of the shelf and hop down, my legs shaky now that the initial adrenaline rush has begun to fade. As we sneak out from under the truck and past the turned backs of the garbage workers, busy hooking the vehicle's claw to a large bin in front of a scaffolded building, I'm suddenly feeling every one of the hours of sleep I missed last night. But this isn't the time to rest or let down our guard. Half a block from the truck, I nod toward an alley beside a convenience store with bushels of brightly colored fall vegetables arranged out front. We should change our appearance. Make sure we look different than when we left the tower. I have extra clothes and hats in my backpack. Diana glances around the street, then nods. Okay, sounds good. But I think we're okay, at least for now. Even if they've tracked my phone already, they'll be barking up the wrong tree. What do you mean? I ask, as we move into the shadows of the alley and step behind a stack of wooden pallets for cover from the street. I tossed my cell into the truck headed uptown, Diana says, as she tugs off her red track jacket and reverses it, revealing plain black on the other side. Maxim's always giving me shit about being addicted to my phone. He won't suspect I've chucked it until he's holding it in his hand. Clever, I say, as I exchange my pink cardigan for a dark jean jacket and wrap a gray scarf around my neck. I'm pretty good at sneaking around, she says with a grin. She toes off her sneakers, quickly dragging down her pants and reversing them to the black side as well, before slipping her shoes back on. It's one of my top 3 most marketable skills. I arch a brow. Marketable, huh? Are you planning to be a spy when you grow up? Maybe, she says. Or an art thief. I was addicted to heist movies when I was a kid. Maxim and I used to... She trails off, the light fading from her eyes. Whatever. Doesn't matter. The Maxim I knew when I was a kid doesn't live here anymore. I give her shoulder a gentle squeeze. He's still in there somewhere. And hopefully, he'll come back to you someday. Her forehead furrows as she shoots me an incredulous look. How can you say that? How can you defend him after what he did to you? He did a bad thing, I say, my chest going tight as all my conflicting emotions begin to swirl inside me again. But he's not all bad. Not many people are. But, she swallows, her throat working before she adds in a softer voice. He basically raped you, Willow. I exhale with a shake of my head. I told you, Diana, I don't feel that way about it. I wanted to be with him. A lot. But without the drugs, you would have said no, she maintains. Yes, probably, but maybe not, I say, hurrying on when her frown deepens. I'm not excusing what he did. I'm mad as hell and feel deeply, deeply betrayed. But I can't say for sure what would have happened without the powder in my wine. I sigh. He's my fated mate. I'm insanely drawn to him. Was insanely drawn to him. And it's just... I flap my hands at my side. It's complicated. She crosses her arms over her chest. But is it? Really? I sigh again and reach into my pack for a slouchy knit cap, holding it out to her. Have a hat. And tuck your hair into the back of your jacket. It's your most distinctive feature. She accepts the hat and plunks it down on her head, looking effortlessly beautiful as always. Fine, but I want to talk more about this later. She stuffs her hair down her jacket and turns the collar up. I wasn't being flip. That was a serious question. A lot of the time, things seem pretty black and white to me, but I know they're not. I know life and right and wrong and all that stuff gets more confusing as you get older. My lips curve up on one side. You're wise beyond your years, kid. She shrugs self-consciously. I try to be. As the third child and a girl, I know most people think I shouldn't worry about being called to lead, but I've always wanted to be ready, just in case. I would never want anything to happen to Maxim, of course, even now, but... She casts a wary glance toward the entrance to the alley. Well, even human side, things can get violent on the streets for shifters. It's not crazy to think Maxim might get caught in the crossfire someday, and then I'll have to step up. The thought is sobering and frightening. I don't want anything to happen to Maxim either. That's why I threatened him and accused him of being the Shadow King, even though I have no proof that anything close to that is true. My pack gift had nothing to say about Maxim's part in the prophecy. It hasn't been very forthcoming about how this war for the crown shakes out at all, but I know the next big decision, whatever that is mine to make. I have to decide what comes next for me and any child I might be carrying. My glowing eyes in the mirror early this morning left no doubt about that. And as long as I'm under Maxim's control, there's no way he'll let me call the shots, even for a minute. Which means the best thing for my domineering, control-freak mate is for him to stay as far away from me as possible. At least that way I won't have to fight him to do what I need to do, and hopefully neither of us will get hurt. Because even after everything that's happened, I don't want him hurt. I really, truly don't. I want him to be around for a long, long time. I shake my head and zip up my pack. What? Diana asks. Do you think that's crazy? That I might have to step up someday? No, not at all. I wince. Sorry. I was just thinking things I shouldn't. Like that Maxim and I might have a future. Maxim and I might be fated, but he isn't my mate. And he never will be. It doesn't matter that a part of me loved being with him last night and is dying to be with him again, without drugs or lies or betrayal or anything else in bed with us. Just him and me, skin to skin, breath to breath, with his touch making me feel pleasure unlike anything I imagined possible. That part of me is weak. It's a primitive, biological compulsion I'll eventually learn to overpower with my logical mind. But in the meantime, I need to find a pharmacy, I tell Diana, as we start back toward the sidewalk. I've never taken the morning after pill before, but it made my friend Bella so nauseous, she threw up in the trash can during chem lab and couldn't eat anything but plain bread for a week. Hopefully, it will be easier to avoid compassionate thoughts about Maxim when I'm sick to my stomach because he tried to knock me up against my will. Because Diana's right. What he did was a violation, no matter how compelling the motivations for his behavior. But wouldn't you have done the same? If it came to a choice between honoring Maxim's wishes and saving thousands of pack members? If you truly believed betraying him was the only way to keep those innocent lives safe? I squeeze my eyes shut and then open them again, focusing on the people in front of us on the sidewalk, on the sky turning apricot as the morning sun rises higher, on the puff of my breath in front of my face. Anything to keep my mind in the here and now, where it belongs. I don't have the luxury of second-guessing things right now. I chose to run with Diana and face my enemies without Maxim, and I believe it was the right choice. He would never have been by my side anyway. Maxim doesn't see me as his equal. He sees me as a commodity to control or a problem to manage, or occasionally as something precious he needs to protect. A wave of pain-tinged longing washes through my chest, summoning a growl from low in my throat. I would ask if you're all right, Diana whispers beneath her breath, but obviously you're not. Because we're on the run from my psycho brother, and possibly in danger from my other psycho brother, and the world could be ending and the guy you're in love with turned out to be a huge dickhead. She puts an arm around my shoulders. Though to be fair, most guys I know are dickheads. Except Jacob. She lets out a soft squeak of excitement. I hope you like him too, Willow. He's so precious and gorgeous and sweet and wonderful. And in a cult, I remind her. And he thinks I'm evil. No, he doesn't. Not anymore, she says. I convinced him that you're one of the good ones. And he swears he didn't know about the explosion in the theater. He doesn't think Bane and Kelly were responsible for it, actually. He thinks it was just some kind of weird coincidence. But either way, he's not on board with hurting people. And he's open to the fact that Bane and Kelly might not be as perfect as he's been led to believe. She pulls her arm from my shoulders, tugging at her lip as she adds, but he would also really like it if we could be open, just a little bit. She cuts to the right, and I follow, frowning up at her as we swoosh through the automatic doors leading into a brightly lit pharmacy. Open in what way? Well, Diana trails off, her gaze skimming across the rows of shelves. There. It's in the women's aisle next to the condoms. My human friends from school always ask me to buy their condoms for them. And tampons and pads. They're so embarrassed about shit like that. I mean, having your period and sex are natural. Why are they so grossed out? It's weird. Because they've been taught to be grossed out and ashamed by their culture, I say. And don't you think you can throw me off the scent that easily, Miss Chatterbox? What do you mean by open? What does Jacob want us to be open to? Diana leads the way down an aisle lined with pink packages full of feminine hygiene products, to a section in the center. Okay, don't freak out, but I sort of promised him we'd go to one of their meetings before he drives us to the border. Chapter 6. Willow. You did what? I grind to a stop, my heart lurching in my chest. Tell me you're kidding. Diana spins back to me, her hands lifted, and her fingers spread wide. I'm not, but they won't even know we're there. That's the brilliant part. They're holding a recruiting meeting in this abandoned theater in the meatpacking district this afternoon. Jacob scouted it out last night. He says it will be super easy to sneak us in the back way. Then we can hide out in the grid above the stage, listen to what they have to say, and if we don't like it, he'll take us to the border. No questions asked. And if I can convince him Bane and Kelly are bullshit by the time we get to Canada, he'll even come with us. She beams at me as she extends a hand toward the condom display. So, if it's okay with you, I'm going to buy some condoms, just in case. And maybe a morning after pill of my own in case the condom breaks, because if Jacob leaves his entire life behind for me, I'm going to feel ready to take that next step with him. But I'm absolutely not ready to get pregnant. I exhale, driving a hand through my hair. I'd love to tell her this isn't the time to be thinking about sex, but I'm not a hypocrite. I don't like this. It could be a trap, Diana. I saw one of their recruiting promos online. They think Maxim poisoned your dad and did something to make Kelly barren. And they're wrong about that, obviously, Diana says, plucking a condom box from the display and turning it over to skim the product description. But that doesn't mean they're all bad. And if we decide they seem mostly okay, but just misguided or whatever, hopefully we can convince them otherwise. I think you're being overly optimistic, I say. And if we end up their prisoners, it's going to make escaping from the tower look like a cakewalk. These people are heavily armed and prepared for all-out war. And they think my womb holds the key to securing control over the shifter world. An ugly thought rises in my head, making my guts twist. And if Kelly really is barren for some reason, but Bane is still determined to rule, I don't finish the thought. But I don't have to. Diana looks up at me, her face paling. Fuck. You don't think... I nod. Yeah, I do. And from what I've heard about your brother, the fact that he's allegedly in love with my sister wouldn't stop him. She tosses the condom package onto the cluttered shelf beneath the display and presses a hand to her stomach. Ugh, that makes me feel sick. I hate my family. I rest a hand on her shoulder. I don't. You're wonderful, and your dad's pretty awesome, too. Diana pulls in a breath and bites her bottom lip, tears rising in her eyes. He is. I'm going to miss him so much. I wish he was still alpha. I wish he'd never been poisoned, and things were the way they used to be. Maxim was so great back then, Willow, really great. He always made me feel so special and safe and loved. I wrap her up in my arms, the back of my nose stinging. I'm sorry, honey. But maybe you can find your way back to that kind of relationship again, I say. But even I'm surprised when the telltale glow of my eyes lights up the aisle, proving there are brighter days ahead for Diana and her brother. She flinches, sniffing and laughing as she says, Quick, turn it off. We don't want anyone to see. I close my eyes and work through the breath and thought pattern sequence that Diana's father taught me to control the glow. When my lashes sweep up again, Diana's still beaming. Thank you, she says. That gives me so much hope. She grabs a pill box off the shelf and presses it into my hand. Here, go pay for this. I'm going to troll the aisles until I find someone to loan me their cell phone for a quick call. I'll tell Jacob we can't come to the theater after all. Then we'll go rent a car and head north on our own. Maxim will be able to track my credit card and know we rented a car, but he won't know where we're headed. And in any event, it's probably a lot safer to risk Maxim catching us than Bane. The devil you know, right? I nod, my chest swelling with emotion. I'm really proud of you. I know this can't be easy, to leave someone you care about so much behind. Her lips press together, and her gaze drops to the tiled floor. Yeah, but if Jacob really loves me, He'll still be here when it's safe to come home, right? She looks up, smiling again. And thanks to you, I know it's going to be safe again someday. Maxim and I are going to find our way back to each other, and that... She swallows as she nods, clearly fighting to maintain control. That means so much to me, Willow. Truly. I've been pissed at him a lot lately, but after Mom died, Maxim was my world. I don't know if I would have made it through as well as I did without him. He was always there for me, even more than Dad sometimes, since Dad was so busy with pack business and stuff. Maxim was like the age I am now, but he made time to play dumb baby games with me and took me to the playground all the time and just made me feel loved, the way Mom did. She grimaces. As much as I hate to say this, especially in view of what happened last night, he's probably going to be an amazing dad someday. My lips curve in a sad smile. That's good to hear. I lift the box in my hands, but I'm still buying this. And taking it. She rolls her eyes. Hell yes, you should. Because consent. Get some, asshole. She motions toward the outside world, meaning my brother, of course. I know, I say, nodding over my shoulder. Meet you up front by the door? Yeah, I'll be there in a few. It shouldn't take me long to find a willing phone donor. She winks as she backs away. I can be charming when I want to be. She's also a gorgeous young girl, which I'm sure doesn't hurt any. But Diana isn't stupid, and she has a pack gift that gives her a leg up when it comes to spotting creepers. She'll approach someone with a nice, cheery aura, make her call, and we'll be on our way soon. All we have to do is stay focused and move quickly. At the checkout, I take advantage of the kind, compassionate look in the clerk's eyes as she rings me up and say, I'm just passing through the city and need to rent a car. I don't suppose you have any idea if there's a rental agency around here somewhere? Yeah, actually there is, she says, slipping my purchase into a small paper bag and accepting my $20 bill. If you keep going all the way down this street, almost until you reach the river, there's a whole bunch of them right there by the ferry stop. They're in a garage under this huge gym with a trapeze on the roof. You can't miss it. Walk in, you'll be there in 10, 15 minutes tops. I smile and feel some of the tension in my shoulders ease away as she gives me my change, which I dump into the front pocket of my pack. Amazing. Thank you so much. Sure thing, she says, pushing the bag across the counter. I collect the package and move toward the exit, tucking myself behind a change machine near the door. While I wait for Diana, I open the package, punch out the pill, and swallow it dry. It takes a few uncomfortable gulps, but I get it down, and my tension levels fall a bit more. I definitely want a baby someday. But not like this. I want to choose to have a child when the time is right. I want to be overjoyed about bringing my baby into the world, not terrified that I won't be able to protect an innocent infant in a world gone mad. And I want to share my excitement with my husband. Like a kid picking at a scab, my thoughts return to Maxim. To the sweet things he said last night, before everything went to shit. To the way he touched me, and all the things it made me feel. Not all of them were bad. Not even half of them were bad. But I'm a strong woman whose parents taught her to love and value herself, and that's not something I ever want to change. And longing for a man who hurt and betrayed me isn't strong or loving. It's crazy. If a friend of mine were acting this way, I would firmly encourage her to find a therapist and seek some professional help. Hell, I'd offer to drive her to her sessions and stand guard outside her bedroom door to make sure her man couldn't get within 10 feet of her. But Diana's right. When you're in the thick of a swirl of complicated emotions, things aren't always as black and white as they seem from a distance. And I can't help wishing Maxim and I could talk. Just talk. Well, if you're lucky, maybe he'll come visit you in the deep, dark cell he'll toss you in once he catches up to you in D. Because if you don't get going soon, he will find you. The cell phone diversion will only buy so much time. Jolted back to the more urgent issues at hand, I toss my now empty pillbox in the blue recycling bin by the door and head back into the store to look for Diana. I weave in and out of the aisles, dread growing with every corner I turn to find no sign of her. I reach the end of the pet care aisle, and the brightly colored toys hanging on the shelves begin to blur and swim in my peripheral vision. The cloying scent of processed meat and the dry food assaults my nose, turning my stomach. And then, suddenly, like a camera's flash has just gone off in front of my face, the world goes white. I squeeze my eyes shut and stagger backwards, reaching out to brace myself on the shelves. When I open my eyes again, I'm not in the pharmacy anymore. I'm in an alley, watching Diana and a younger man with close-cropped black hair struggle as several tall, masked figures dressed in black shove them into a windowless white van. The vision vanishes as swiftly as it appeared, knocking the breath out of me on its way out. I press a fist to my chest as I bend double, gasping for air. But even before I manage to suck in a full breath, I'm staggering toward the door in front of me, marked staff only. Instinctively, I know Diana went through there, and that the alley I saw in my vision is somewhere beyond it. I also know that what I saw hasn't happened yet, and that if I move fast enough, I might be able to stop it. I push through the swinging doors, still bent over, thumping at my ribs to loosen the tension holding my lungs prisoner. Thankfully, the stock area is empty, and, to my right, the exit door leading to the outside world is already wide open. I catch a whiff of exhaust-scented air and the soft sound of voices and hurry toward them. By the time I reach the door, I'm breathing somewhat normally again. Enough so that when I see Diana and the raven-haired boy from my vision standing in the alley, I can call out, "We have to go, now! Bad people are coming!" Diana turns to me with wide, guilty eyes. "What?" She motions to the boy. "This is Jacob, Willow. He was literally right around the corner when I called, or I never would have—" I make a circling motion with my arm. "It doesn't matter. We have to go. People are coming to take you both prisoner. I had a vision. We have to—" My words are cut off by the squeal of tires as the white van turns into the alley and barrels toward us, moving so fast that despite what I saw in my vision, I'm afraid it's going to run right over both of the teens. "Run! Run!" I scream. But Jacob and Diana are already on the move. They fly past me, Diana grabbing my hand on her way by and dragging me through the dimly lit stockroom. We burst through the staff-only door and sprint past the pet food to the front of the pharmacy. The clerk who checked me out shouts something as we pass, but there's no time to respond. We hit the automatic doors hard and tumble out onto the street. "To the river," I point west. "If we have to, we can go in and swim to the other side," I pant, as we start running again. They can't follow us into the water in a van. It's a decent split-second plan. If we make it to Riverside Drive, there are parks and docks on the other side. I could see them from the roof at dinner last night. At the end of one of those docks, we can plunge into the Hudson, potentially making it over to the Jersey side before the people pursuing us figure out a way to catch up. But we don't make it to the end of the block before more masked people in black jump out of a limo idling in front of a coffee shop. One moment, we're weaving through pedestrians. The next, the bad guys are right in front of us. There isn't enough time to slow down and avoid a collision, let alone change directions. I slam into what feels like a woman, an extremely buff one, and am instantly lifted into the air. I kick and struggle, but she's way too strong. She handles me like a child, easily pinning my arms to my sides as she slides back into the limo with me on her lap. Sadly, Diana and Jacob, despite being far stronger and fit to fight than yours truly, are captured not long after. The last thing I see before a black hood drops over my head is Diana's furious, fear-filled gaze, meeting mine across the limo as the doors slam shut.
Chapter 7. Maxim. Drugged. I've been drugged. By fairies. I'm conscious just long enough to appreciate the irony, and to realize my body is still currently in one piece, despite feeling battered from head to toe. And I'm out again. The second time I wake up, I manage to drag my lids open and roll my head to one side on the rock-hard slab I'm laid out on. I see a dimly lit room with a concrete wall only a few feet from my face. I catch a whiff of a strong chemical scent. Rubbing alcohol, I think. and something fecund I can't quite place. And then the drugs wrap their tentacles back around my brain. I'm unconscious before I can rock my head over to see what's on the other side of the room. The third time I come to, or maybe the fourth or fifth, I lose track of what's real and what's a dream. I awaken with a gasp, sputtering as I spit out the water flooding into my mouth and nose. I try to reach up to block the flow and swipe at my eyes, only to find my wrists bound to my sides by something heavy and metallic that's trapped me in my human form. I attempt to shift, but my fur only prickles beneath my skin like 1,000 tiny needles before my wolf goes still once more. I thrash against my restraints, raging against the assault of the water that's making it nearly impossible to breathe. But struggling only makes it harder to suck in air in the brief pauses in the seemingly unrelenting flood. I hold on for as long as I can, fighting for survival, but eventually the pressure in my chest and the blackness spreading through my head grows too intense. With a final silent scream that echoes in the increasingly close cavern of my mind, I'm snuffed out. I die. I'm sure of it. So sure that when I wake up again to find a striking fey man with cheekbones that could cut glass and dark gray eyes watching me from a chair beside my slab, I can't make sense of him right away. I just stare, the disconnected gears spinning uselessly in my head. When he asks, "Ready for more?" I can't make sense of that either. I can only blink and wonder where I am, who I am. Then he holds up a small pair of pliers with a hard smile and says, "I think fingernails first, don't you?" And it all comes rushing back. The capture, the torture, the punishment I'm beginning to suspect might never end, and the people who need me back in the real world. Now, more than ever. "No," I manage to croak out. "Please, my pack." "Your pack will still be there when we're finished," he says calmly. "If we finish." "They need me now," I beg, not too proud to grovel if that's what it takes. "Please, I'll come back and you can do whatever you want. Just let me go now before it's too late." "Oh, Alpha, it's already too late," he says, a hard light flickering in his eyes as his hand covers my tightly balled fist. "So much later than you know." I say something else, but I'm not sure what. My pulse is rushing too loud in my ears. And then the fey man's pliers are put to their wicked use, and there are no words, only screams. Screams and blood and pain, until the blackness finally comes for me again. Somewhere in the feverish, blood-soaked nightmares that follow, I see Willow standing by my stone bed, begging me to hold on, promising to come for me. But even in REM phase, I know it's only a dream. Willow hates me, and my little wolf is no match for a stone bunker or a psychotic fairy. And neither am I. No fucking match at all.
Chapter 8. Willow. My kidnapper binds my hands behind me with what feels like metallic zip ties to prevent shifting, and plops me into the seat beside her. And then we drive for what feels like forever. At first, Diana is full of questions and commentary and insults so profanity-laced and creative they would have made me laugh in any other situation. But nothing's funny right now, and our captors have clearly been given orders not to speak. They don't say a word in response to Diana's tirade, not so much as a sigh or a mutter of irritation. and eventually she falls quiet. The silence after is thick with fear and tension, broken only by traffic noise from outside, and eventually the sound of the wind rushing around the car as we hit the highway and head west, I think. My sense of direction is all screwed up, but I'm pretty sure I feel warmth from the sun coming into the car on the back of my head through the rear window. It's still morning and the sun is rising in the eastern sky, so west. But west to where? And how far? As we drive and drive and drive, my panic gives way to a steadily simmering anxiety and an eagerness for the other shoe to drop already. Where the hell are we going? Just as I'm about to ask how much longer we'll be in the car, and if I should go ahead and wet myself or if a bathroom will be made available to those of us who can't go hours without peeing, Jacob asks in a husky voice, "Can we stop for beef jerky and grape sodas already? Only a bunch of real dicks would take people on a road trip without snacks." "No way," Diana says. "Not grape soda. I told you, the smell makes me want to puke. It's like melted cough drops mixed with old Halloween candy." "No, it's like childhood in a can," Jacob shoots back, the playful note in his voice belied by the sweet and sour odor drifting from the other side of the limo. It's similar to a wolf's fear scent, but with a top note of spun sugar. It reminds me of my degen friend Vivi's cat whiskey when I was little. Her fur always smelled so sweet, especially after she gave herself a bath. Whiskey would only let me get close if she was sleeping, and I crept up very quietly. My dad was right about house cats not enjoying the company of shifters, even in our human forms. But I loved to hover my nose over her warm body and inhale her yummy scent. I wanted to cuddle her so much I must have tried a dozen times, and ended up with scratches all over my arms to show for it. Vivi felt so bad for me that she promised to grant my wish to be beloved by all cats as soon as she was old enough to come into her genie powers. But her family moved away before we started 4th grade. Victor sent his men to scare off all the non-shifter families living in our building, banishing all the other supernaturals to even worse housing situations in parallel Red Hook. I haven't thought of Vivi for years, but as Diana and Jacob continue to banter about road trip snacks, and our captors continue to sit in stony silence, I vow that when this is all over, I'll track her down. First, I'll crush my enemies here in human side, then in the parallel, and then I'll set up an integrated council to establish peaceful rule in supernatural Brooklyn. I realize I'm thinking like a queen, and a mad one at that, considering my current situation. But I don't care. I refuse to be afraid anymore. Wherever we're going and whoever sent these men, they don't want us dead, or we'd be dead already. Which means there's no reason to be a model prisoner. "Pull over, take this bag off my head, and let me use the restroom," I announce firmly. "Now." Diana and Jacob are quiet for a second, clearly shocked by my outburst. But a beat later, Diana says, "Yeah, I have to go too, and I'm on my period, so we need to stop somewhere where I can buy tampons or I'm going to bleed all over your fancy car." My pulse spikes with hope. Smart, Diana. Make them stop at a shop where we'll have a chance of getting help. If we can get someone to call the police, we'll have a shot. Human police won't have a chance against our captors. They're wearing fairy armor that bullets can't pierce. But they might at least slow them down long enough for us to get away. But, as anticipated, our guards continue to play the quiet game. But the quiet game is a stupid game, and I'm sick of it. "I'm not kidding," I say, straining at my zip ties, a little shocked when they stretch a bit. I'm either stronger than I thought, or they're using inferior materials. Either way, there's a chance I can get my hands free, especially if I keep them distracted. "If you don't pull over and take me to a restroom, I'm going to go all over your seat." "Me too," Diana says, "and I drank a lot of coffee this morning, so—" "I actually don't have to go," Jacob says, loud enough that I feel safe tugging on my binding again. The tie gives a little more on the left side. I squish my hand into a narrow shape and start wiggling. "But I get really carsick without road trip snacks," Jacob continues. "If I don't at least get a soda in me, I'm going to be sick. And I will absolutely lose my breakfast over as many of you cowardly fuckers as possible." "Oh, damn. Me too," Diana groans. Just thinking about grape soda is enough to turn my stomach. If I keep thinking about it, we could have a serious situation on our hands. It could be coming out of both ends of me at once. Jacob grunts and says, "You have never been sexier to me than you are right now, Princess. I love you. I hope you know that." "I do," Diana says, emotion creeping into her voice as I force the fattest part of my hand through my cuff. It tears my skin on the way out, but a second later my hands are free. Now I just have to decide the best thing to do with them. Pulse racing, I shout as loudly as I can, "I really have to go! Pull over now! Pull over!" My captor finally flinches beside me and shifts in her seat. I sense her leaning toward me and trust the animal instincts rising inside. Moving fast, I rip off my hood and give my wolf free rein. For a moment, I'm not certain I'll be able to shift. My fur ripples beneath my skin without bursting through. But then, my right hand shrinks enough that the metal binding slips off. A second later, I'm swimming in my human clothes in my much smaller wolf form, but my head is still free and clear. I lunge at my captor, teeth bared. For the first time in my life, I go right for another being's throat. In scrapes in the woods with other young wolves growing up, we always aimed for the haunches or leg or paw. Even when we hated each other, we all knew better than to risk causing too much damage. Even in the parallel, you can't murder people and get away with it. At least not as a child or a female wolf who hasn't been sworn into Victor's private army. But now, I don't second-guess or hesitate. I unhinge my jaw and then snap it closed around the woman's throat. Her flexible fairy armor is well made and covers her from head to toe, but I can feel my teeth working between the enchanted strands. I've broken through enough for the first rush of blood to flood my mouth when I'm dragged away by the other guards. I thrash in their arms, snarling and snapping until they drop me on the floor of the limo. My initial captor, blood soaking the front of her armor, reaches for me, but Diana kicks her in the head, sending her skull snapping back as she falls against the seat. Somehow, Jacob and Diana have their hoods off too, though they're still bound. But they're clearly on board with the "let's put these people out of commission" plan. Jacob lashes out at the masked figure beside Diana, punching him in the head with both feet over her bent back, while I pounce on the man behind Jacob, digging my teeth into his thigh near the femoral artery. It's actually starting to seem like we might come out on top, when the car comes to a sudden stop, and the limo doors are wrenched open on both sides. I smell woods, crisp air and fall leaves and fresh spring water, and then a voice straight out of my childhood shouts, "Willow, stop! They're our friends!" My jaw loosens in spite of myself. I can't help it. Even now, as a grown woman, my big sister's voice apparently has an immediate effect on me. I turn to see Kelly, standing outside the open door on the right side of the car, dressed in a flowing purple linen gown with her dark hair loose and long around her shoulders. She looks more like an elf from a fantasy movie than the punk-loving, black-eyelinered girl I remember. But there's no doubt it's her. My sister is alive and apparently sent a bunch of masked creeps to kidnap me. Just in case there's any confusion as to how I feel about that, I bare my teeth and growl low in my throat. I see my blood-soaked muzzle reflected in Kelly's shocked eyes and think, good, now we're both shocked and appalled. "Yang, get these three to the medical team." A deep voice rumbles from the other side of the limo. "We'll take it from here." I glance over to see the man from the video, Bane, Maxim and Diana's brother, and instantly know we've made a terrible mistake. In the videos, Bane came off as earnest, intense, and dangerously charismatic. In person, his energy is oily and cold, and the look in his eyes as his attention shifts my way so calculated that it makes me feel like a hunk of meat he's just chosen at a butcher's shop. Like he's mulling over the best way to cook me, and already anticipating a satisfying meal. "Oh, fuck," Diana mutters, as she begins to shiver in her seat, leaving no doubt my aura-seeing friend is also realizing what deep shit we're in. Oh, fuck, indeed. It's my last thought before a giant hand grabs me from behind, snatching me up by my scruff and locking thick fingers over my muzzle to keep my teeth in check. I'm carried away from the limo as easily as a puppy in a sack, bound for a quick toss off the nearest bridge, while hundreds of Kelly and Baines supporters wander away from their camp duties to watch. But these people aren't going to kill me. Whatever they have planned is going to be worse than that. Much, much worse. Chapter 9. Willow. I'm stripped of what clothes still cling to my fur and tossed into a one-room cottage with bare log walls and no furniture aside from a small, crooked wooden bench in front of a stone fireplace filled with old-timey cooking implements. I land lightly on my paws and spin immediately back toward the entrance. But the door has already slammed shut, and no doubt been locked from the outside. A quick prowl around the rest of the room reveals one other door, locked, and only 2 windows, both near where the ceiling peaks in an upside-down V overhead. I cock my head, studying the frames, which are set into the logs at odd, 45-degree angles. For a moment, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. But then the door opens and closes behind me again, and my sister says, "They're called witch windows. The early settlers put them in crooked on purpose. They thought it kept witches from flying into the house on their brooms at night." I glance over my shoulder, my eyes narrowing on hers. She lifts her hands in the air, playing innocent, though we both know she's anything but. She holds a wad of wrinkled fabric in one hand, but appears unarmed. Don't shoot the messenger. I understand witches don't ride brooms, but you know how humans are. They love their folklore. I sit back on my haunches and lift my blood-smeared snout into the air. If I were concerned about being polite, I'd shift and pick up my end of the conversation. But I couldn't give less of a shit about manners right now, and I have nothing to say to this stranger who set off a bomb in a theater full of innocent people and arranged to have me kidnapped by creeps. Her expression softens, and sadness flickers in her eyes. "I'm sorry, okay? I wanted to come for you myself, or at least give orders for the guys to tell you what they were up to. But we couldn't risk it. If the plan had failed and you were returned to Maxim, we didn't want him to know we sent the team to fetch you. It would have compromised future rescue attempts, and getting you and Diana out of there was our top priority." I make a gurgling sound low in my throat. Kelly arches a brow. Was that a derisive laugh or an outraged snort? "I get that you're pissed, Willow, but I still don't have any telepathic ability. If you want to give me a piece of your mind, you're going to have to shift." Her shoulders inch closer to her ears, as she holds the wrinkled dark brown fabric out between us. "I brought you a dress. It isn't much, but it's clean, and will look pretty with your hair." I come out of my fur so fast, it stings my skin and leaves a painful crick in my neck. I clutch at the tight muscle as I snap. "You think I give a shit about looking pretty right now? You brought me here against my will and are holding me prisoner, all after nearly a decade of not a fucking word from you. I thought you were dead," I say, tears rising in my eyes, despite the anger rampaging through my veins. "I mourned you," I add in a thicker voice. "And I missed you every damned day." Her eyes begin to shine too. "I missed you too. So much, but we're together now and I can explain everything if you'll just give me the chance, Lolo." I flinch at the old nickname. "Don't call me that. That's not who we are anymore." "I'm still your sister," she insists, moving slowly closer. "And you are still so important to me. That's why I had to get you out of there, honey, before he hurt you." "Maxim wouldn't hurt me," I say, but even I can hear the lie in my tone. So I hurry to add, "At least not like this. He pisses me off, but he doesn't scare me." "Well, he should," she says, holding out the dress. It's so close now that it nearly touches my arm. Figuring I should save my energy to fight about serious shit, I snatch it from her with a frustrated huff and pull it on. It falls around me, soft and pleasantly heavy, and I grudgingly say, "Thanks," but I want my other clothes back. I won't be staying long, and this isn't practical for travel." She sighs and crosses her arms at her chest. "Let's have a talk first, okay? Let me explain everything, make sure you have all the facts, and then we can chat about when, or if, you want to leave." I'm about to tell her that there is no question about if, only when the door opens again, and an ancient woman with silver hair and a long braid, and a brown dress very much like what I'm wearing, steps into the cabin. Her pale gray eyes meet mine across the small space, and she smiles. "Hello, Willow. I'm Elspeth. I've been waiting for you for a very long time." My brows pinch together. The name is unusual, but familiar for some reason. I'm on the verge of pulling the memory from my mental files when the old woman adds, "I stole the orphan sword from the Thorn family many years ago, hoping to unite the shifter factions. But I was young and impulsive and didn't have enough allies on my side." She moves slowly across the bare wood boards, beaming at me the entire way. "But now we have you and your sister and the sword and an entire army at our backs. We won't fail this time, dear girl. Soon we'll have peace and prosperity in our world, unlike anything we've known in centuries. A queen will rise again and our people will rejoice." "They will." Kelly touches soft fingers to my arm. The gesture so warm and familiar, it sends an ache of longing across my skin. If only we were being reunited under different circumstances. But we aren't, and I have no interest in battling my sister for a crown. Maggie made it pretty clear this wasn't going to be a peaceful revolution. Maggie. A vision of her frothing, twitching, and dying on the carpet in the North Star Pax library flashes on my mental screen, reminding me of another of my sister's sins. I jerk my arm away from her touch and take a step back. "You have Maggie's granddaughter. You threatened to kill her if Maggie didn't help you. It's the last thing she said before she killed herself." Kelly's eyes go wide, and her jaw loosens. "What? Maggie's dead?" "Yeah, because of you. And what about the bomb in the theater?" I challenge. "And the boy who was burned alive after? From what I've heard, your mate likes to set things on fire." Kelly winces. All of that is awful, and I'm so sorry for it. I didn't want any of those things to happen, I swear. And I'll do my best to explain the part I've played in everything so far. But first, you have to know that my only priority from here on out is making sure no one else dies." Her jaw tightens. "And I believe we can make that happen as long as we work together. I swear to you, Willow, Elsbeth and I don't want to hurt anyone. We just want to change the world for the better. Aren't you tired of living like this? At the mercy of bullies and monsters like Victor, Pax, and Maxim?" "Yes, but I'm tired of being lied to, too," I say. "And you're lying to me, Kelly. I watched Maggie die. I knew her. And I believe she was telling the truth about you threatening to kill her granddaughter." "But you know me, too," she whispers in a hurt voice. I shake my head. "No, I don't. Not anymore. And I don't think you kidnapped me to protect me. I think you want something. Something you know I won't want to give, and that you're prepared to take it if this little persuasive intervention fails." Kelly blinks and pulls in a deep breath, doing a decent impression of being flummoxed by my challenge. But she was always a good liar. Back when we were kids, her lies were relatively innocent falsehoods to cover a missed curfew or a bad test grade. But I was always impressed with how lightly lies floated from her lips. I lied about those sorts of things too, of course, but never as easily, or as successfully as my sister. I'm braced to greet every word that comes out of her mouth with a high degree of skepticism. Even if she believes what she's saying, she's in a relationship with a monster. One look at Bane was enough to convince me of that. And you know what they say about lying down with monsters. You rise up with horns and a belly full of bad intentions. Still, I'm not prepared for her next announcement. "I just want to help you rule, sis," she says. I want you to be my queen, because stars know you're far better suited for it than I'll ever be. You're the one we've been waiting for, Elsbeth agrees, and the pieces have fallen beautifully into place. All that's left is for you to embrace your role and take your vows to the sword and to our people at the next full moon. She winks, which is the day after tomorrow, so we have our persuasive work cut out for us. But I think you'll come around. The stars tell me so anyway. She points a pale, gnarled finger toward the ceiling, and they never lie. Sometimes we misunderstand them, but I've been charting this course for over 80 years, and all roads end with you as our queen. I think if there were any confusion, I would have sorted it out by now. My brows lift. 80 years. So she must be 100? Older? I'm 105 years young, she says, seemingly reading my mind, and as sharp as I was at 22. I'll take care of you, my queen, and guide you well. And when the time comes for me to leave this world, I've trained your sister to fill my shoes. You'll never want for an advisor you can trust with every piece of your heart and soul. I could never fill your shoes, Kelly says, wrapping an arm around the shorter woman and giving her a gentle hug. But I will serve our queen faithfully to the end of my life. She glances back at me before adding in a whisper, all that's left is to get a few bad apples out of our way, starting with Bane. Most of the others will be easy once he's gone. My brows shoot up my forehead. Kelly's lips twist in a hard smile. You thought I couldn't see what an evil sack of shit he's become? Come on, sis. Give me a little credit. I can be single-minded at times, but I'm not stupid. No, she's not. Neither am I, but I'd be lying if I said I was sure where I should go from here. I have no idea what my next step should be. I only know that I need someone I can trust in my corner right now. Desperately. Diana, I say, figuring these women should be open to indulging their future queen. At least if they want a chance in hell of having me play along with what they have planned. I want her in on this. She's here every step of the way, privy to all the information and planning and whatever else needs to happen. Or this isn't going anywhere. I lift a hand, stopping Kelly before she can speak as I add, and I'm not sure anything is going to happen at all. Even then, I'm a long way from being on board. But if Diana's here, I'll listen to what you have to say, and maybe we can come to some sort of agreement. Kelly glances at Elsbeth, who is already nodding. Done. She's young, but born under auspicious skies. And if you trust her Pathfinder, that's all that needs to be said. It's only then, when she names my pack gift, that I realize my eyes are glowing, casting a golden light on the hopeful faces of the two women in front of me. I'm not sure what it means in this situation, whether it bodes well for their plans or my secret scheme to get out of here ASAP, but I'll worry about that later, once Diana is under my wing and I know exactly what these women want from me. No matter how devoted they seem to this cause, I'm not sure they're being honest about what it will take to make me queen. And I'm certain that whatever secrets they're keeping are so dark, I'll have to pry them out into the light with my bare hands.
Chapter 10. Maxim. Days pass. Maybe months. Years. I lose all concept of time. There is no day and night. No light or sun. Only the darkness of the stone room and the sound of my own screams. Or the absence of them. Sometimes my throat is too raw for screams. Sometimes I open my mouth and only a soft wheezing sound seeps out. Sleep is my only escape, and even there the pain haunts me, infusing my dreams with terror and foreboding. Even when I'm unconscious, I know there's something terrible waiting for me on the other side of my closed lids. I cling to sleep with the stubbornness of a teenager who partied too hard the night before, but my fey tormentor has ways of waking me when he chooses. There are only his choices now. He is in complete control, and I hate him for it, though hate seems too small a word for what I feel for that man. I despise him with every cell of my being, and the day that I spill his blood, for that day will come, no matter how certain he is of his absolute dominance, will be one of the best of my life. I'm fantasizing about Gray's death. I call him Gray for the flat, merciless color of his eyes, as I lie on my stone bed, waiting for sleep to return and take me away from my wretched new reality, when the wooden door on the other side of the room opens and someone new steps into my torture chamber. Someone so familiar, I know it would break my heart if it weren't already a shredded, useless piece of torture-traumatized flesh. Brother, I mumble through my swollen lips, still puffy from the fist Gray slammed into my mouth a few sleeps ago. I wondered if you had a hand in this. Bane smiles, sending starbursts of wrinkles exploding around his eyes. He looks so much older than I remember, thicker and stronger, and with a hint of gray at his temples. But that's my brother, or at least some version of him. Even after Mother's death, when our relationship was on its rockiest ground, he would never have taken pleasure in seeing my body broken and brutalized, but he's clearly enjoying it now. It seems to be all he can do to suppress laughter as he crosses the room, letting his gaze drift from my swollen face, past my nail-free fingers, down to the leg I'm fairly certain is broken. My neck is pinned to the stone table, so I can't lift my head to see it, but I'm certain I heard things shatter under Gray's wooden mallet sometime in the pain-fogged past, and my shin bone has throbbed fiercely ever since. At first, the agony was so intense it kept me from sleep. But eventually, my brain was able to cut off my awareness of the poor, suffering appendage, erecting a roadblock, keeping the nerves from carrying reports from the front lines of the war. The reports were useless anyway. There's nothing the rest of me can do to help my poor leg. If I could shift back and forth between my forms and get something real to eat, the bones might start to heal themselves without medical attention. But trapped in my human body, the best I can do for my ravaged bag of bones is sleep as much as I can. Consequences, little brother, Bane says, crossing his arms over his chest as he leans down to get a better look at my throbbing leg. You always were good at avoiding them, but karma catches up with all of us, sooner or later. I've done nothing to deserve this kind of karma, but I don't bother defending myself. My instincts assure me Bane is beyond logic, and far beyond love. Whatever path he's chosen, it forced him to leave the brother love we shared far behind him. He's still walking around, talking and breathing, but the brother I knew is dead, and he's never coming back. It would make me sad, I think, if I had any energy left for feeling things other than pain and hate. So, there's only one thing left for you to decide. He reaches out, tracing a finger along the crooked line of my shin bone. The skin is so swollen and hot that I can barely feel his touch, but it still sends a shiver of terror up my spine. It would take so little effort on his part to send me back into the brightest part of my suffering. Before my time on this stone table, I would have imagined agony as a shadowed place. but now I know it is a cramped room filled with blinding light, screaming instruments playing off-key, and acid poured into every inch of tender tissue. It is a place no soul should ever be forced to inhabit, at least not more than once, just before they're granted the mercy of death. And it will haunt me for the rest of my life, long after I've escaped and left this pit far behind me. But I will escape. I will. I hold tight to the thought, as Bane says, "How much do you love your mate?" A record scratches and skips in my head as my weary mind tries to make sense of his words, but Bane doesn't keep me guessing for long. "Willow is here, with me, under my protection," he says, "and she will remain protected as long as you remain here. If you try to escape or give up fighting and abandon this sorry body of yours, she dies." My face contorts, my throat aching as I force out, "Why?" "Because you took what is mine. So now I will take what is yours. I will take your woman and your pack, and finally your place in Father's heart. But most importantly, I will take your hope and happiness the way you took mine." "I took nothing from you," I say, ashamed to find tears seeping from the corners of my eyes. But this happens now. I'm too raw to have much control over my emotions. "I didn't want to be Alpha. I just wanted you to come home, always." Bane's brow furrows with false sympathy. "Maybe that's true. If so, then you're an even more pathetic pawn in this game than I thought. But here's the truth, brother." He steps closer, bracing a hand on the table by my face as he leans down. "Father forced me out. He called me a psychopath, swore I would never rule his people, and told me to get the fuck out of his tower before he tossed me in a cell and threw away the key." I grunt. If that were true, he would have told me. My brother's lips curve in a hard smile. "Perhaps. Pops loves his secrets, but maybe he would have told you if he could remember what we fought about back then. But Cam made sure to take that ugly memory away." He laughs. He has such a pointless crush on dear old Dad, it's pathetic. But useful. He was willing to do anything I asked, including doing a memory wipe on North Star's allies, so long as I promised I wouldn't poison Jimmy again. My soul shrivels in my skin. Cam's pack gift is banishing memories. "That's why they didn't come to your aid, brother," Bane continues, clearly relishing every word. "They don't remember they were ever your friends. It made it so damned easy to win them over to our side. One heart-to-heart with Kelly, and they pledged to give us whatever help we needed." He stands, stretching his arms over his head. "My girl is one hell of a persuasive speaker, and immune to Cam's pack gift, thank the stars. She helped get me back on track the one time Cam was stupid enough to try to use it against me." He glances down at me as his hands come to rest on his hips. "Willow is likely immune too. Children of wolves with the forgetting gift usually are. Nature's way of keeping them from being abused by their parents, I suppose." He sighs. "Nature, it's a miraculous thing, isn't it? Always ensuring the superior specimens come out on top." He paces a few steps away before turning back to me, his head cocked thoroughly to one side. "Really, you should thank me, brother. You don't have the temperament to be a good leader. You'll be much better off down here, suffering for your true love as a show of your devotion. If you hurt her, I grit out, I will kill you. Oh, you'll kill me anyway, if you manage to get out of this room, he says, proving he's no fool. But the only way you're leaving is in a body bag. And if that happens, I will kill Willow. Don't doubt that for a moment. She's only useful to me so long as you're alive. Fucking her pretty little mouth while she's on her knees for me won't be any fun without knowing I'll be able to bring the footage down for you to watch later. Don't you dare, I start, but he cuts me off with a laugh that echoes off the stone walls. I'll dare whatever the hell I want, you pathetic excuse for an alpha. And when she's in heat, I'll put my baby in your mate too. I'll keep her pregnant and pumping out pups while Kelly and I focus on ruling our people. He rubs his hands together, the soft shush of his dry palms the only sound in the room aside from my increasingly labored breath. My first order as ruler will be to encourage my people to form mate bonds as they see fit. No more restrictions or cultural norms enforced by shame. Gay, straight, bisexual, polyamorous, all relationships will be acknowledged and welcomed. I'll be praised as a progressive and tolerant king, and no one will think twice about the fact that I married a pair of sisters. He smiles. And I won't let anyone close enough to Willow to realize she might not be happy as my little breeding cow. I swallow past the fist lodged in my throat and silently vow to castrate my brother at the earliest opportunity. But maybe she'll be happy as my second mate. Who knows? He continues, moving toward the door. Maybe she'll enjoy getting fucked by a man who knows how to treat a beta bitch, who's not afraid to put her on her knees, tell her to present her cunt, and show her who she belongs to. She'll kill you, I whisper, if I don't get to you first. He laughs. Let her try. I'm not afraid of women half my size, brother. Just another point where you and I differ. And why I'm here and you're... He trails off as he opens the door, revealing Gray waiting on the other side, making dread swell like a giant wave inside of me. Talk soon, Maxim. Wouldn't want to keep you from your previous engagement. And then he's gone, and the pain returns, giving me no time to consider what I've learned or how much has been lost.
Chapter 11. Willow. I wake with the sun warm on my face and the smell of sourdough toast and bacon drifting through the air. It's so cozy under the heavy covers. Breakfast smells so good, and the birds are chirping so happily outside that for a moment I can't imagine why my sleep was full of nightmares. And then I open my eyes and see the bare log walls of the tiny cabin, and it all comes rushing back. Being taken captive, getting an earful of crazy from my long-lost sister, whispering over tea by the fire late into the night, and eventually being tucked into bed on an air mattress in the corner like a child, with Diana already out like a light beside me. Diana did a good job staying awake for most of the plotting and planning, but the stress of the previous 24 hours got the better of her around midnight. I turn my head to her side of the bed, flinching when I find her already watching me. She puts a finger to her lips, then mouths, "Go pee with me, and we can talk in private." I nod, and glance over to the fire, where Kelly is alone by the hearth, with her back to us, moving pots and skillets around on archaic wrought iron cooking shelves that can be shifted in and out of the flames with iron tongs. Elsbeth is nowhere to be seen, which means Kelly likely won't be able to abandon her work to escort us to the outhouses the way she did yesterday. I stretch, making a sleepy yawning noise. Oh, man, That smells amazing. Good morning. Kelly smiles at me over her shoulder. Good morning. Food should be ready in about 10 minutes. Still like your eggs scrambled with a little cheese on top? You know it, I say, wrinkling my nose. But I need to run to the ladies first and wash up. Me too, Diana says, stretching beside me before sitting up and swinging her legs over the side of the unusually firm inflatable bed. I actually slept pretty well. Good. You had a big day yesterday, Kelly says. You needed rest. If you can wait a few minutes, I can walk you both over. The bacon's nearly ready to come out of the pan. I stand, waving a dismissive hand before straightening the dress I slept in. It's fine. We know the way by now. We'll be back before the cheese is melty. But no cheese for me, please, Diana says, pulling on the cardigan she was given over her own brown linen dress, while I fetch mine from the floor beside the bed. I like my eggs pure, just salt, no pepper. Kelly hesitates a moment, but then nods. Got it, but be careful out there, okay? Don't talk to anyone if you can help it. The more we keep to ourselves until the ritual tomorrow night, the better. Diana and I both murmur our promises to keep our lips zipped, step into matching, oversized clogs by the door, and step into the crisp early morning air. Outside, the forest smells incredible. My inner wolf lifts her nose and inhales deeply, eager to shift and explore all the captivating new scents, to run free through the woods for the first time since she wasn't much more than a pup. But sadly, this isn't the time for unbridled joy. Diana and I only have a few minutes alone before we'll be expected back in the cabin. I'm inclined to believe everything they said last night, she whispers, as we set off through the open glen, toward the row of portable toilets, set up at the tree line a good distance from the main camp. I think they really want you to be queen, but something still feels off. Agreed, I say. There's something they're not telling us. Because whatever it is would be a deal breaker for you? Diana muses, glancing over her shoulder before turning back to me. Or because it's just scary, maybe? My brows lift. I was assuming option one, but you could be right. I've been racking my brain trying to remember everything I know about ancient rituals like this, she says, dragging a hand through her still miraculously untangled hair. If only I emerged from sleep so unrumpled. Personally, I'm dying for a hot shower and a hairdryer. But the camp is far too primitive for either. Last night, Kelly offered to take me to bathe in the river later today, but I'm not looking forward to that plunge. I'm sure the water temperature around here in late October is flat out icy. But I didn't pay attention the way I should have when Dad talked about that kind of stuff, she continues with a sigh. I thought it was boring and so far in the past that it had nothing to do with me. So fucking stupid. You're not stupid, I say. You were a kid. Kids are all about the present and the future. That's their job, to move society forward, no matter how hard it tries to stay stuck in the past. She stops several yards from the line of toilets to add in a softer voice. But one thing I do remember is that they all involved blood in some way. Either the sacrifice of an animal, or blood from the person working the ritual, or both. So maybe they're just trying to protect you from realizing how gross and painful it's going to be until it's too late? Like my friend Cassie. She had a baby last year, but she refuses to talk to any of her younger friends about it. Says she doesn't want to scare us into celibacy. She cringes. Apparently, childbirth is no fucking joke. My hand comes to hover in front of my belly. I took the morning after pill, but I know there's a chance it won't work. If I had already ovulated before Maxim and I had sex, then I could still be pregnant. And if I am, I'll be able to protect my child and all the other people I care about a hell of a lot better if I'm in charge. Maybe, I mutter. But no matter what they're hiding, I'm not sure I have a choice but to go along. We're out in the middle of nowhere and surrounded by people who aren't going to make it easy to steal a car. At least Elsbeth and Kelly are acting like our allies. I sigh. And it's not like we have any better options at the moment. And their auras are solid. Helpful, sincere colors, Diana says, nibbling at the edge of her thumb. And Kelly's going to make sure Bane doesn't punish Jacob again for going behind their backs to help me, so that's good. She shivers as her hand falls from her mouth. He's so fucking terrifying, by the way. I can't believe your sister's been able to pull off pretending to be in love with him for so long. I don't know what I'm going to do if Bane decides he has time to catch up with his little sister. Probably wet myself and then pass out. I take her hand, giving it a firm squeeze. No, you won't. You'll play it the way Kelly said, like you're angry at both your brothers and confused, but open to being a part of Bane's court. That's the safest bet. Right, she nods, biting her lip for a moment before she adds in an ashamed voice. I feel so terrible, Willow, for thinking Maxim might be evil, even for a second. I mean, he's no angel, but compared to Bane? I tighten my grip on her fingers. I know. But it's okay. We'll get through this, make sure Bane's locked away somewhere, none of his allies can find him, and reach out to Maxim when it's safe. My lips hook up on one side. If I'm really going to be queen, he'll have to make nice with me and behave himself, right? Stay on my good side? Diana huffs. Yeah, he will. He's going to hate that. She smiles. But he'll make the best of it eventually. I nod toward the toilets. We should go and get back. Yeah, we should. And I really have to pee, she says, with a soft laugh, before dashing through the still damp grass toward one of the empty toilets. I turn to survey the glen and the camp beyond. People are just beginning to stir, moving around their tents and small cabins, building fires, and stepping into the surrounding woods for a moment of privacy. Most of the shifters and fae here don't use the porta-potties. Only the handful of witches who've joined the cause make the journey all the way across the wide glen, which means the forest behind the row of Johns is nearly deserted. If Diana and I were going to try to escape, this would be the best direction. I still don't think escaping the camp would be easy, or maybe even possible. But there's no harm in looking. Taking advantage of the fact that we're still the only people here this early, I circle around the portable facilities and into the thicker forest behind them. I'm only intending to walk a little way, but just a few yards in, I see that the trees come to an abrupt end not much farther ahead. I glance over my shoulder, debating whether or not to tell Diana where I'm going, but then decide it'll be faster and safer for both of us if I hurry and finish my scouting mission alone. I break into a jog, moving as fast as my ill-fitting shoes will allow, and reach the edge of the timberline in just a few minutes. I slow to a walk, propping my hands on my hips as I scan the cliff ahead. A closer inspection reveals it shears straight down, nearly 500 feet, before the rocks disappear into a wide mountain stream. On the other side of the stream, through a stand of trees, is a road. It's a thin, rural highway, the asphalt gray with age and the yellow divider lines almost completely faded away. But it's a real road, running east to west. If we can get down there and start east, we'll eventually run into a larger road and potentially motorists willing to pick up two lost young women looking for a ride to the nearest city. And from there, we can call Maxim and have him send as much backup as he can spare down to wherever we are now. I'm still not happy with Maxim. I don't know if we'll ever be friends again, let alone anything more, but I don't have the luxury of only working with my besties. Bane must be stopped before he takes control and destroys every spark of joy and fairness left in our world. That priority trumps all others. Right now, I'd make a deal with the devil as long as I knew he wanted Bane out of the picture as much as I do. Which is probably exactly what Maxim was thinking when he made the decision to drug me. He wasn't doing something he wanted to do. He was doing something he felt he had no choice but to do. We really are more alike than I've wanted to admit. I turn, my thoughts still full of Maxim's face and his voice, and the tortured look in his eyes when he finally started being honest with me that night in Diana's kitchen. My head is so full of Maxim that for a moment I think I must be hallucinating the scent I catch on the breeze. But if I were hallucinating my fated mate's signature smoky, sunshine, and cedar scent, it wouldn't be tinged with blood and sickness. I freeze and lift my nose into the air, every muscle straining as I will the smell to come again. My logical mind insists I'm crazy, but just when I'm about to give up and hurry back to the Glen before Diana gets worried, I smell it again. It's Maxim. No doubt about it. But where the hell is he? Willow? Diana calls my name from near the toilets, and I curse beneath my breath. I have to get back to her, and we both have to return to the cabin before we arouse suspicion. But I also have to come back here and find the source of that smell. Maxim is absolutely hurt, and maybe worse. The thought of him dead or dying is so painful that for a second, I double over, clutching my stomach as agony courses through my core. Losing Maxim would be like losing a part of myself, a part that torments and challenges me, but that also has the potential to make me stronger and more confident than I've ever been before. If Maxim and I can find a way to work together, to support and protect each other, there's no doubt in my mind that there's nothing we can't do, including putting a stop to Bane and his army without some mysterious full moon ritual I don't know nearly enough about. I'll be back, I promise, I whisper, wincing as the cramp in my stomach slowly begins to fade. As soon as I can. Scanning the forest floor, I quickly gather an armful of sticks and arrange them in a starburst pattern by the nearest tree. With a last glance around, doing my best to memorize my location, I hurry back to Diana. But as I jog through the woods, I would swear I can feel Maxim's energy calling to mine, begging me not to go, and warning me to be careful. Chapter 12. Willow. Diana shoots me a what the fuck look as I circle back around the row of porta-johns, but her lips are curved in a smile as she asks, "Hey there, I was wondering where you were. Off stretching your legs?" "Yeah, just needed to clear my head a little," I say, very aware of the curious eyes locked on us from the mostly witch women making their way across the glen to the facilities. And the air smells so interesting this morning. I nod back toward the cabin. "I'll tell you all about it while we walk." "Great," Diana says, falling in beside me, her hands tucked casually into her dress pockets. She lifts her head back to catch the early morning sun on her face and says in a soft, pleasant voice, "Really glad you didn't run off without me, or I might have had to track you down and bite you a little." "I would never run off without you, I promise." Then amend, "Unless I had no other choice, and then I'd come back for you as soon as I could, I promise. And I expect the same from you. If you find a way out, but coming back for me would put your window of opportunity at risk, I want you to run first and worry about me later. I can take care of myself." "No, you can't," she says. "None of us can. We need each other, now more than ever. Especially Maxim, I think. He needs me, needs us, but for some reason I don't want to tell Diana about the smell. At least not until I have something concrete to share. She's already scared enough. No need to make it worse when there's nothing either of us can do about it right now. So I tell her about the road instead, and watch her features perk up. "And you think you could make it down the cliff?" she asks. "In the dark? Because you know we'd have to go at night. It's the only time Kelly and Elsbeth aren't up our asses." "I think I can, yes. And the moon is nearly full tonight. As long as it doesn't rain, we should have enough light." She exhales, shaking her hands loosely at her sides. "Okay, nice. Good work, Your Majesty. Options are good. Options make me feel less like a rat in a trap, waiting for someone to feed me to their pet boa constrictor." I huff. "And if we run, I won't have to become Your Majesty. I honestly don't know if I'm cut out for ruling thousands of shifters, Dee. Especially considering at least half of them won't want to be ruled." "Doesn't matter," she says, arching a wry brow. "If this prophecy is correct, they won't have any choice. It'll just happen. Like magic." Like magic. The words echo in my head, setting my thoughts to spinning as we reach the cottage. I follow Diana back up the steps and through the door, slamming into her back when she stops so suddenly I can't adjust my pace in time. I laugh and hurry to apologize. "Sorry, Dee, I didn't—" "It's fine," she says, cutting me off in a stiff voice. I suddenly don't feel well. I think I'd better go back to the toilets. I'm afraid I'm going to be sick."
"You aren't going to be sick. You're the picture of health."
A deep, patronizing voice rumbles from near the stove. The evil energy from yesterday wafts toward us, along with the words, leaving no doubt who's decided to pay us a visit. I move to stand beside Diana to see Bane sitting cross-legged on a pillow beside a large quilt spread out on the floor. It's already covered with plates, heaped with food, and 3 other place settings. I cut a quick glance Kelly's way, and she smiles, motioning to the quilt. "Go ahead. Pull up a pillow and load up. The eggs are coming off now." "All right. Thanks." "Everything smells great," I say, doing my best not to shiver as I cross to the quilt, feeling Bane's creepy gaze on me the entire way. "Good morning, Willow," he says, as I settle onto the pillow farthest from his voice alone enough to make my skin crawl.
"I trust you slept well."
"Very well," I say. "Thank you." "I slept like shit," Diana pipes up, playing the part of the bratty, betrayed sister we decided was the best call for her, to a T. "And I really do need to go back to the bathroom. Sometimes it doesn't all come out the first time, you know. I might have irritable bowel syndrome. Even shifters can get that sometimes. The leading cause is bossy, violent, older brothers who suck and are huge assholes." Bane smiles.
"Noted. I'll try to suck less then. Meanwhile, you're going to sit down and eat your breakfast like you were raised with some manners. Kelly went to all this trouble, and I won't have it go to waste." He motions toward the pillow between his and mine. "And we have so much catching up to do, don't you think?" Diana crosses her arms over her chest, not budging from her place by the door.
"We could have started catching up yesterday, but you decided to lock me in a cage and beat up my boyfriend instead. I could hear it. When the men were hitting him, I have excellent ears."
Bane's grin doesn't waver. "Sit down, Diana. Eat. You'll feel better after you get something in your stomach."
Her lips part, but he cuts her off in a louder voice. "Sit down and eat like a lady, little girl, or you can go back to your cage.
If you're going to act like an animal, you'll be treated like one. The only reason you're here is because Kelly thought you'd respond better to kindness than discipline. If she's wrong, I'm happy to return to my original plan. I will break you of the bad habits Maxim allowed to take root in your nature, one way or another."
Diana's jaw clenches, and her hands ball into fists at her sides. For a moment, I'm afraid she's going to do something rash, like rush Bane with her teeth bared and land herself back in a cage, or worse. But after a beat, her fingers uncurl and she whispers, "Fine." Gaze fixed on the ground, she crosses to the quilt and plops down between Bane and me. I wish I could reach out and squeeze her knee or pat her arm, but that's not my part to play. I'm supposed to be coming around to the plan Kelly allegedly supports, along with her mate, serving as a surrogate for her and Bane in exchange for my freedom and a generous pension once I've produced an heir. "Thank you," I murmur to Kelly as she dishes steaming cheesy eggs onto my plate. I reach for the plate of bacon, taking 2 pieces before handing it to Diana and accepting a bowl of fruit from Kelly, who is settled in on my other side. "So, what's on the agenda for today?" I ask, eager to find time to slip away to the forest again, to hunt for the source of the Maxim smell. It's gorgeous out there. It's been so long since I've spent time in the woods. I'd forgotten how light it makes you feel.
"That's the perfect way to describe it," Kelly says,
smiling warmly at Bane as he offers her a jar of what looks like homemade strawberry jam.
"Just light and free. Natural, the way things are supposed to be.
I keep telling Bane we should make this a permanent retreat, a place we can return to every fall to celebrate the moment everything changed for our people." Bane reaches out, brushing my sister's long, sun-streaked brown hair over her shoulder.
"And I keep telling Kelly we have to win the war before we make plans to celebrate."
"But we're so close now," Kelly says, spreading jam on her bread. The chunks of red the same color as the blood I spilled yesterday. The 2 people I attacked are fine. Kelly said it only took a few moments to patch them up. But the memory is too fresh for me to feel comfortable with digging my knife into the sweet-smelling jar. I wave the jam away with a tight smile and tuck into my eggs as Kelly adds, "Willow agreed to start the injections today. With a little luck, we could be ready to implant the embryos in a couple of weeks." My brows shoot up, and I quickly swallow the food in my mouth. Embryos? As in more than one? The doctor says it's completely safe, Kelly assures me, and that way we'll have a better chance of succeeding on the first try. Usually it takes more than one round of IVF to achieve a pregnancy. I frown as I nod, hoping I'm doing a good job of pretending to be on board, but still a little torn. It won't be believable if I sign on to any of this too fast. I glance up at Kelly from beneath my lashes, shifting my gaze to Bane, who is smiling, but still somehow manages to be completely terrifying. And then back to my sister. "And you promise, if I do this, once you have a healthy baby, I'll be free to do as I please? I can go somewhere else and start a new life if I want?" Kelly sobers. "If you want, yes, of course." "Of course," Bane murmurs, less convincingly. But maybe he's just busy making sure he avoids the grapes in the fruit salad, or plotting ways to torture Diana for having bad manners or something. Probably the latter. I don't have a hint of aura-seeing powers, but I swear I catch a glimpse of a dark, dangerous cloud surrounding Bane in my peripheral vision every now and then. But I hope, by the time all that happens, Kelly continues, you'll see how good things are and want to stay. Once Bane is king, everything is going to be so much better. Her lips quirk. And we do have quite a collection of frozen embryos. Though, of course, you're under no obligation to be a surrogate for those children. Unless you want to. She reaches out, resting a light hand on Bane's knee. We just think it's important that you carry our baby this first time. It's vital, Bane agrees, glancing up from his meal, though he continues to put a serious dent in his eggs, toast, and bacon as he adds, "It will prove to everyone that Maxim is the Shadow King, and that the three of us are united against him. And helping us have the baby, the prophecy foretold, will make you a saint in the New World, Willow." He offers me a condescending smile that makes my skin feel like it's being stroked with a cold, soggy washcloth. "Our people will worship you for centuries to come." I clear my throat and brush toast crumbs from my fingers. Oh, well, I don't need to be worshipped, or want to be worshipped. I glance Kelly's way. I just want to help my sister become a mother, and then finally be free to call the shots for what comes next for my life. Growing up under Victor's rule, I never had that. "Of course. Understandable," Bane says, demolishing his fruit salad in a few big bites. The man definitely doesn't waste time tasting his food. Maybe evil numbs the taste buds or something, so there's no reason to take his time? "Kelly struggles with that too," he continues, "being torn between obeying orders and wanting to chart her own course. But there can only be one alpha. Shared power only confuses the people. Which reminds me." He moves so fast that by the time my gasp clears my throat, he's already grabbed a fistful of Kelly's hair, lifted her into the air, and dragged her over to the fireplace, where the hot coals are still blazing. Chapter 13. Willow. Kelly clings to Bane's wrist with both hands, probably to keep her hair from being ripped out at the root, but doesn't cry out or offer a word of protest as he leans over, bringing her face within inches of the hot coals. "Yesterday, you ordered Diana released from her cage and brought here without my permission, my queen," he says, his calm, soothing voice at odds with the brutality of his actions. "Forget your place again, and I'll have no choice but to punish you. A burn scar on your pretty face might help you remember who's in charge, don't you think? You'd be reminded every time you look in the mirror that I'm the one in control." Willow wouldn't listen to me about having the baby until she knew Diana was safe, and I couldn't find you, Kelly says, in an equally calm voice. I thought I was doing what was best. I know we both want this pregnancy as soon as possible. You know very little, love, he says, his grip tightening in my sister's hair until she winces and her neck goes stiff, which has been done on purpose to ensure your protection. But if you continue to disobey me, I can't protect you, which is unacceptable to me. This is your last chance to prove you understand how to behave yourself, Kelly. You don't lead, you follow. From now on, if for some reason I'm not available to make decisions for you, you will wait to move forward until I am. Are we clear? Clear, Alpha, she says. Good. He pulls her to her feet and away from the fire. The tension is just beginning to seep from my body when he flexes his massive bicep and slams the top of Kelly's head into the heavy wooden mantle over the fire. Diana and I both cry out, cowering instinctively closer together as he releases Kelly, and she crumples to the floor at his feet, moaning softly as she presses a hand to her no doubt aching skull. Eyes wide, I wrap my arm around Diana's shoulders, wondering what the hell to do if he comes for her next. Or for me. I can be savage in my wolf form, but even as a wolf, I'm so much smaller and weaker than this man. And he has no problem using his superior strength to make other people's lives miserable. Which is why you have to do this. You have to go through with the ritual and become queen. Then you'll finally be strong enough to protect the people you love. And yourself. I bite the inside of my lip, praying my thoughts aren't showing in my expression as Bane moves closer to the blanket and crouches down, bringing his face nearly level with mine. There is room for freedom in the new world we're building, Willow, but only if you remember your place. And until you bring our babies into the world, your place is wherever I want it to be, and your sole purpose is to protect and nurture those unborn lives. Are we understood? I nod quickly, casting my gaze down to my plate as I whisper, Understood, Alpha. Good, he says, sounding pleased. Thankfully, he took my lowered gaze for a sign of submission, not a desperate attempt to hide what I'm sure is a bad case of murder eyeballs. I want to kill this man so much, more than Victor or Pax, or even the man who brutalized me as a child. If you cooperate and give me your loyalty and respect, he continues, you'll be rewarded. If you cross me, you will never regret anything more. I nod again, and he shifts his focus to Diana. The same goes for you, little sister. I won't have you embarrassing me or making the others doubt that I have my house in order. Tonight, at the group dinner, you will sit beside me as your wolf and feed only on scraps from my plate. And every time you're granted a morsel, you will lick my hand in gratitude. If you're obedient and put on a good show for the troops, you'll be allowed to come back here, sleep in that soft bed with Willow, and enjoy the comforts of being cared for by my mate. If not, you'll go back to your cage until you can be matched to a man capable of keeping you under control. Diana stiffens beneath my arm, but thankfully doesn't say a word, not even when Bane adds, I have a few who are more than up for the job of keeping you in bed with your legs spread until you're seated and too big with child to cause any problems. And I won't hesitate to make that happen. Understood? Yes, Alpha, she says, in such a small voice I can scarcely believe it came out of the same bold, brave girl I know. But playing along is the best thing right now. Open defiance won't do any of us any good. We have to bide our time, keep our secrets, and be ready to strike when the window of opportunity opens. Bane stands with a contented sigh. Excellent. Make sure they both have something nice to wear for tomorrow night, Kelly. I want the entire family looking beautiful for the celebration of the full moon. The camera team will be here to film a few segments. Coordinate the script with Elspeth. She has a knack for knowing what will appeal to the masses. This could be a major turning point for us. Seeing your sister here with me should help convince some of our holdouts that
Getting behind our rule really is the best and only choice. Of course, Kelly says softly, still on the floor where Bane left her. He has to squat low to give her a goodbye kiss on the cheek before striding out the cabin door. Afterward, we sit in the buzzing silence that always seems to follow a bad shock, listening to his footfalls fade as he returns to the main part of the camp. Finally, Diana whispers, "I'm going to kill him. When it's time, I want to do it. I call dibs." Kelly starts to nod, but stops halfway through, wincing and bringing a hand to rub at the muscles at the back of her neck. I'm fine with that, but it will probably be faster if Willow does it. Once she's sworn to the sword, as far as I understand it, she'll be pretty much unstoppable. That's what she said last night, when we were talking about how everything would go down. But today the words hold new meaning. And what if I drop the sword, or someone takes it from me? I don't think that matters, Kelly says. I think the sword's power is yours, whether it's in your hand or not, but we'll ask Elspeth to be sure. Slowly, she rises to her feet. If Bane has the camera crew here tomorrow, that will make it harder to sneak away from the party for the ritual, but we'll manage. We might just have to wait until closer to midnight, when everyone's either drunk or out running in the woods. All right, I say, pushing my now cold eggs to the far side of my plate as I ask, "How long has it been like this, Kelly? With Bane?" "How long has it been physical?" She sighs. "About a year, maybe a little longer." Her lips twist. But I actually don't mind it as much as the head games. Before, he was so good at convincing me that somehow he was this great guy, and I was just too sensitive or selfish or something. She runs a gentle hand through her hair, wincing again. For a while there, he had me thinking I was crazy. Typical malignant narcissist, Diana says. We're learning about them in psychology. I thought Maxim might be one before, but she swallows hard. I wish Maxim were here. Me too, I say, ignoring the ache in the pit of my stomach that insists I should tell Diana about the smell in the woods. But Kelly's silence and the sudden impenetrableness of her expression as she begins to gather the dirty dishes from the quilt make me hesitate. Is it possible that Kelly might know more about that smell and what may have happened to Maxim than she's letting on? Possibly. Or maybe Maxim is one of those men at the top she and Elspeth plan on getting rid of as we make our move to take control. His name wasn't mentioned, but it would make sense. According to the prophecy, aside from Bane, he's the only other brother with a clear path and claim to the United Shifter throne. The prophecy. I don't know when it became real to me the way it is now, but I realize I no longer doubt whether it's true, only how it will play out. I could be developing some kind of Stockholm syndrome, beginning to sympathize and identify with my captors, but I don't think so. Out here in the woods, with the magic of nature all around me, and the pull of the nearly full moon dragging at my heart, begging me to embrace the mystical side of myself. It all feels so real. And just hearing Elspeth talk about the sword yesterday made my skin tingle all over. I swear I can already feel it summoning me too, calling me to step up and accept the awesome responsibility fate has decided to place in my hands. The thought sparks something in my memory, throwing open a door to reveal a piece of the puzzle I'd forgotten in all the adrenaline-soaked excitement of the past few days. Maggie, the woman I talked to while I was with the North Star Pack, said the sword wasn't the only object taken from their antiquities room, I say, as I gather my dishes and Diana's, and join Kelly beside the hearth, scraping the remains of our meal into a bucket I'm guessing will help feed the pen of pigs I caught a glimpse of yesterday as I was carried through the camp. She said mate-claiming items and a fertility totem were taken too. Kelly hesitates only a fraction of a second before she nods and says, "Yes, Bane and I tried to get pregnant that way, but it didn't work." But I instinctively know she's lying. I bite my lip, torn. Should I call her on it?
or play along until the pieces of this puzzle hopefully come together. Before I can decide, she adds, "But that reminds me, you actually will have to take the hormone shots today and tomorrow, Will. The team of doctors here are loyal to Bane. If you refuse to take the shots, it will get back to him, and that won't be good for any of us. Hard to get you to a ritual tomorrow night if you're locked up somewhere being forcibly injected with hormones." I nod slowly, hating the thought of submitting to being injected with God knows what, but understanding I don't have a choice. "All right. What time is that happening?" She blinks, seeming to search her memory for a moment before she says, 1. She nods, and her shoulders relax. "Yes, 1. And then Elsbeth is going to bring something for a late lunch, and we'll finalize our plans for tomorrow." She places the empty plates in a plastic bin by the fire and stands, hands propped on her hips, as she lets out a shaky laugh. "I'm glad you'll be in charge soon, little sis. I'm not sure how much more of Bane my head can take. Feels like I'm one concussion away from permanent brain damage." I put my arm around her, hugging her to my side, my stomach snarling into a stress knot as I'm flooded with conflicting emotions. I want to rescue and protect my sister. But I also know my sister is lying to me about something, potentially something so massive it will drive a wedge between us forever. I have to find out what she's hiding from me, and fast. And my instincts are screaming that following my nose is my best bet. "Let me run this over to the pigs." I pat her arm and pull away, reaching down to grasp the bucket's handle. "That's where it's headed, right?" She nods. "Yes, but it can wait until after lunch. As long as the smell isn't bothering anyone." "It's okay. I don't mind taking it now," I say. "I'd love to wander around the camp a little, get a feel for where things are, and this will give me an excuse." She nibbles her lip, but I cut her off with an assured, "I'll keep a super low profile, I promise, and be back way before noon." "Can I come too?" Diana asks from behind us. I glance back to see her still on the floor beside the quilt, with her knees drawn into her chest, the anxious expression on her face making her look even younger than 18, and a fresh wave of rage sweeps through me. I have to protect her from Bane and make sure that sick future he threatened her with never comes true. "I think you should stay here," Kelly says, sparing me the trouble of coming up with an excuse to go alone. "Bane's not happy with you, honey. Until he is, it's best if you stay indoors and out of sight. And I can give you something to help take the edge off before the banquet tonight if you want. Easier to lick a psychopath's hand while he feeds you scraps if you've popped a couple Xanax first." Diana sighs and shrinks into a tighter ball. "Yeah, that would probably be good. Thank God I only have to pretend to be his good little lapdog for a couple of days. Any longer, and I'd be tempted to throw myself off the nearest bridge. I understand that feeling more than you know," Kelly says, reaching for a pack of cards on the mantel beside an old chess set and a few battered paperbacks. "Want to play poker? Or hearts? I always lose, but card games are good for keeping your mind off the ugly stuff." "Sure," Dinah says, with a small smile. "That sounds good." As they settle onto the middle of the quilt and Kelly starts shuffling, I grab the bucket and duck out the door. Outside, I glance around to make sure no one is watching as I head away from the pig pen, back toward the smell in the woods, carrying the scraps with me. If I'm caught, I can pretend I misunderstood where the pig pen was located and likely avoid suspicion. But hopefully the rest of the camp will be too busy with other things to notice what I'm up to. I can hear what sounds like military drills, the drone of the generators powering the structures with electricity, and the smell of cooks busy in the large outdoor kitchen. With the population of a small town to feed, those people are probably busy all day, and all the others are clearly focused on preparing for impending conflict. Still, it seems strange that Bane hasn't assigned guards to watch the cottage, Diana, or myself. He's either overly confident in his ability to scare people into compliance, or up to something. He's absolutely the kind of sick bastard who would give you just enough rope to hang yourself before snatching you back into his clutches. This could be a test of my loyalty. I could be being followed and not even know it. I'm a city wolf with city wolf instincts. If some creep sidles up to me on the subway, I'm on guard before you can get close enough to cop a feel or steal my purse. But a stealthy tracker could be following my trail right now, and I wouldn't have any idea. With that in mind, I make a show of circling around some abandoned pens not far from the cottage, looking confused. My nose tells me animals haven't been confined there for years, but I can always play dumb about that later. Walking away from the pens, I turn in a slow circle, continuing to play up my confusion as I search my surroundings. But there's still no sign or scent of anyone on my trail. Unsure whether to feel relieved or insulted that I'm apparently not considered enough of a threat to warrant surveillance, I start toward the woods behind the sanitary station. Once there, I linger by the last porta-john until I'm certain I won't be observed before moving into the trees. I have a pretty good idea where I left my marker of sticks, and am headed that way when I hear it. A faint but tortured scream. Chapter 14. Willow. The cry is muffled, as if it's coming from a closed room deep inside a house, but it's clearly a man's scream. And I would bet my right hand I know who it belongs to. Maxim. Terror and rage and a panicked helplessness flood into my bloodstream as I drop the bucket and run toward the sound. Logic insists I won't be able to save Maxim alone, even if I can find him. But the cosmic connection tying us together demands I try. And there's something else there, too. Something that reminds me of the way I felt every time I saw my father snubbed or pushed around by Victor and his men. My feelings for Maxim may be complicated as hell right now, but I do care for him. And nothing makes me angrier than seeing the people I care about trapped under some bully's boot. Senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I'm able to pinpoint the source of the screams, and a large, grate-covered vent hidden beneath the fallen leaves. Just a few moments later, heart racing, I drop my ear to the vent just as the scream comes again. I cringe, and my throat squeezes tight. It's definitely Maxim, and if my control-obsessed alpha is howling in pain, he must be enduring something unspeakable. Something I can't allow to continue for another fucking second if I can help it. Ignoring the voice in my head shouting that if I go down that vent, I'm never coming out again, I shift the heavy grate to one side, strip off my clothes so I'll be ready to shift at a moment's notice, and lower myself into the tunnel. It's slanted at about a 45-degree angle, and with my bare feet braced on the top of the metal tube, I'm able to control the rate of my descent. I ease down as quietly as I can, taking advantage of the moments when Maxim is crying out to move a little faster. Finally, after what feels like an eternity trapped in the dark, but is likely only 5 or 6 minutes, the tube flattens out a little, and I see a light up ahead. It's a tight fit, but I have just enough room to shift from my back onto my belly and military crawl the rest of the way to another grate-covered hole. I peek over the edge into a small room carved into the bowels of the earth to see Maxim strapped to a stone table, naked and broken. Another man stands over his legs, slowly and methodically breaking the toes on his left foot with a metal device that resembles a large garlic press, while mad-sounding cries of agony gargle from the back of Maxim's throat. A sob of shock and revulsion rises in my chest, but I swallow it down. There's no time for having feelings about what I'm seeing. I have to focus on finding a way to make it stop. Pulling in a quiet, bracing breath, I will myself to calm down and think rationally. I'll only have one chance to use the element of surprise to my advantage, and I have to make the most of it. I'm still concocting and dismissing various avenues of attack when Maxim's closed eyes suddenly fly open and he cries out, "Willow! Willow, run! He's gonna hurt you! Leave me and run! Run!" I freeze, my heart stuttering in my chest. And then the other man murmurs, "Your continued concern for your mate is admirable, but misplaced. You're the only one who's suffering, Alpha. Take comfort in that if you can." And then he crushes the torture device in his hands around Maxim's last unbroken toe, while simultaneously smashing a fist into the mangled wreck that is his other leg. Maxim makes a sound no being should ever have to make, a sound of such agony and hopelessness that it shatters my heart, and then, mercifully, loses consciousness. Fighting the tears pressing at my eyes and the exceedingly stupid urge to rip off the grate, shift, and do my best to tear my mate's torturer apart with my teeth, I force myself to remain still. I watch the man calmly collect his tools, wiping them down with a cloth that smells of alcohol before placing them neatly back on a shelf on the other side of the room from the stone table. I listen as he pulls his cell phone from the pocket of his simple black jacket and places a call. Whoever's on the other end takes their time to answer, but eventually I catch a murmur of sound too faint for me to make out, and the man says, "He's unconscious again. Now would be a good time to establish the connection." He pauses, listening for a beat, before he adds in a tighter voice, "I understand that you would prefer to wait until tomorrow night, but this will take time. The connection must be formed and the seeds planted before the ritual can be successful. Fail to lay the groundwork, and our efforts will have been in vain." He falls silent, and I strain to hear what's being said on the other end of the line. But all I can glean is that it's a feminine voice, which is surprising. I don't have time to think more on that, however, before the man adds, "Drug her now instead. I can make him look presentable enough that she won't realize he's been tortured while she's under the influence, and an injection will get him hard enough to get the job done. Once she sobers up, you can clean up the aftermath with whatever lies you need to tell to convince her to cooperate tomorrow." The voice comes again, but he cuts her off. "The future of the entire world hangs in the balance. If he rises to power, he intends to destroy the barrier between human side and the parallel. He'll throw the entire balance of creation into chaos and despair. He will literally turn the world upside down, woman. I know she's your sister, but if Bane goes through with his plans, she and everyone else will suffer, and maybe even die. This is the best course." My ribs squeeze, and my mouth floods with the acrid taste of bile. Better a little betrayal now, and a happy ending for our people, than to let tender feelings doom us all, the man continues. "We can't afford to have a conscience right now, Kelly. The end game is all that matters." Even before he says her name, I know who he's talking to. But those 2 syllables still cut through me like a knife. Kelly did this. Kelly is at least partially responsible for torturing a man in ways no being should ever be tortured. Especially not a man who, for all his faults, is doing his best to serve his people and keep them safe. I have no idea why she's done this, but my thoughts veer off course as I realize I actually might have an idea. I'm struggling to remember everything Maggie said about the ancient queen who ruled for 200 years. The one who had her mate locked up somewhere being tortured? When the man in the black coat says, "Excellent. I'll leave the door open and make sure Bane's otherwise engaged. You'll have until noon to get it done. The rings and the fertility charm are in the cabinet here." He makes an irritated sound low in his throat. "No, of course I didn't move this sword. It's still in the armory, where it will stay until the last possible moment. I know the plan, and I intend to keep to it. Make sure you do the same." He ends the call with a sharp tap of his thumb, and without another glance back at the human being he just tortured into a blackout, he leaves the room. I force myself to wait a good 10 minutes, hopefully ensuring the man is truly gone and not simply popping out for a snack before he continues his bloody work. And then slowly shift the grate to one side. Elbows braced on the edge of the opening, I slowly lower my legs down into the room, abs trembling as more of my weight dangles free. Grunting softly, I manage to shift from my elbows to my hands without tumbling into the room, but it's a close call. As I release the metal and drop softly to land with bent knees, I vow to get serious about fitness at my earliest opportunity. If I'm not going to have a sword to help me toughen up, I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. And I won't have that sword. Even if I could steal it from Bane, I'm not about to mess with that thing. Not if there's even a chance that Maxim locked away and suffering in the dark is part of what it will require to bring me to power. Even if he turns out to be the worst version of himself and keeps me in his shadow for the entire length of our relationship, however long that might be, I will never regret making this choice. There are lines I refuse to cross, and torture is absolutely one of them. Even before I tiptoe across the room to Maxim's side, the smell of terrified, brutalized wolf pricking at my nose and bringing tears to my eyes. There's no doubt in my mind or heart about that. I rest a soft hand on his forehead as I whisper, "It's all right now. I'm going to get you out of here, I promise." I don't expect an answer. I don't expect him to be awake for hours, in fact, and I'm busy brainstorming ways to carry him out of here. But a beat later, his lashes flutter open. "Willow, you're here," he rasps in a voice so filled with joy that it breaks my heart all over again. Before I can stop them, tears stream down my cheeks. Coming so fast, they drip off my chin to land on Maxim's bruised chest.
Chapter 15. Maxim. No, little wolf, don't cry. We talked about this. I tried to reach for her pretty face, but my hand is still bound at my side, which is confusing. Usually in my dreams, I'm free to move around. But this is all right. I can still enjoy her company, once I remind her that we shouldn't waste what little time we have together with grief. Let's talk about other things. The way we usually do, I say, my heart lurching as she lifts her tortured gaze to mine. Tell me about your day. Tell me what part of the world you explored and what you had for dinner. You know I'm always hungry. I try to laugh, but it emerges as a strained grunt. I'm in too much pain to laugh, which is also unusual for a dream, but hardly surprising considering the way things have been going lately. Pushing away memories of the torture before they can take hold, I add in as light a voice as I can manage. For breakfast. I have no idea what time it is. It's always gloom o'clock down here. She sniffs and swallows, clearly making an effort to pull herself together. How long have you been down here, love? She asks, her voice thick with emotion. I wince, tears rising in my eyes now, too. Don't, I whisper. Don't call me that. It makes it harder to believe you're real. Real Willow doesn't love me. Real Willow. I trail off, losing the strength to finish the sentence. The pain from my ravaged foot is starting to cut through the general hot, damaged feeling below my knees, becoming more articulated with every passing moment. Willow's gaze sharpens on mine. Real Willow has a lot of complicated feelings for you, Maxim, but right now all she wants is to get you out of here and kill the people who hurt you. She strokes my brow again with her cool hand. And to comfort you, because this... She presses her lips together, pulling in a breath through her nose. This is unspeakable, sweetheart, and I'm so sorry. More tears slip down my cheeks, and my heart swells like a balloon about to burst as that crushing, all-too-familiar hope rises inside of me again. I shake my head. No, please, I can't. Not again. I can't dream that I'm out and wake up here again. I can't. She cups my cheeks in both of her hands and orders sternly. Then let's stop wasting time and get busy. I am not a dream, Maxim. I am really here. I snuck down an air vent into this room, and I have no idea how to get out or how much time we have before someone comes looking for me. So if you have any idea where the keys to your shackles are, that will help speed things along. I blink and smack my dry lips, thoughts fogged by the rapidly intensifying pain coming from my foot. I don't know. The shelf, maybe. I wince as I begin to shiver, the way I sometimes do after an especially awful session with Gray. It feels like I'm dying, I whisper, my pulse slamming faster in my throat. The pain is too much. It's going to kill me this time, Willow.
No, it's not,
she insists, bending to press a kiss to my cheek before she whispers next to my ear.
You hold on, Mr. Thorne. This isn't how it ends for you or us. Not by a long shot.
And then she disappears. Choking on a breath, I close my eyes, trying to visualize a dam being built between my top half and my bottom, a barrier to ward off the pain. But it doesn't work this time. The damage is too fresh, too intense. There's only one way to escape it, and I'm nearly there, slipping back into something deeper than sleep, when Willow shakes my shoulder and hisses in an excited voice.
Eyes open, Alpha. You're about to be free.
I drag my lids up to see her holding a large metal key in front of my face.
Can you shift?
She asks, moving the key down to my left wrist. I can't, I murmur, fighting to keep my eyes open.
I told you I can't do this again. Not again, for the first time,
she says, popping the manacle off my arm and hurrying around the end of the table to my other side.
This is the first time you've really been free, Maxim. This isn't a dream, and if you can shift, your wolf will start to heal the worst of the damage, and I'm pretty sure I can carry you out when you're furry.
She pops the lock on my other hand, and then my neck, before leaning over to bring her face closer to mine.
But if you stay in your big, manly man body, it's not going to happen, hotshot, so it's time to pull yourself together and get this last job done, okay? After that, I'll take point, I promise. You can pass out furry if you need to.
I reach for her face, my muscles protesting movement after so long strapped down. I see my hand, my fingernail-free hand that's covered in dried blood and smells like death, and my stomach flips. It's the smell that does it, I think, that finally convinces me this isn't a dream.
Willow,
I croak.
You're really here?
She nods, her eyes shining with empathy.
Yes, Big Bad, I really am. Now shift for me and let's get you out of here.
You forgive me? I ask, more tears hot on my cheeks.
I'm so sorry, Willow. I'm so sorry.
Dimly, deep in my mind, I'm aware the old me would have been mortified to be reduced to tears and begging for forgiveness in front of my mate, but I'm no longer that man. I'm a broken man who regrets every act of unnecessary violence I've ever committed, especially with her, this woman I didn't realize I loved more than life itself, until it was too late. But maybe it's not too late. Just maybe.
I forgive you,
she whispers.
On one condition.
I hold her gaze.
Anything. You shift for me, right now,
she says, her stern tone at odds with the tears flowing from her eyes.
This very second, no more backtalk.
Hand falling from her face, I pull in a breath, drawing on the last of my strength to summon my wolf. At first it feels like he's vanished, abandoned me when I need him most, cut out like an organ stolen in some seedy black market warehouse. But then I feel him, wounded as I am, but there, clawing his way back to the surface. He comes through whimpering and twitching as claws push through my skin, forming paws to take the place of my ravaged fingers and toes. But almost instantly, I feel better. I'm still beaten and bruised and too weak to do much more than lie on the table and pant as Willow fetches some things from the cabinet across the room and shoves them into the dark black bag Gray uses for his tools. But the pain isn't going to engulf me. I can float on top of it, holding on to consciousness as Willow slings the bag over her arm before returning to the table.
Good work,
she says, turning her back and glancing over her shoulder at me.
Can you bring your front paws over my right shoulder and your back paws over my left? I think that will be the easiest way to carry you.
Moving slowly, I do my best to obey, but I still need Willow's help to scoot to the edge of the table, and I'm not at all sure this plan is going to work. Even as a wolf, I'm not a small creature by any stretch of the imagination, and I probably weigh nearly as much as Willow does in her human form. The chances that she'll be able to carry me out of this hole, let alone however far we'll have to run to reach safety, are slim to none. But I'm too broken to resist as she hefts me onto her back and starts for the exit, her footsteps slow but methodical. She staggers under my weight a bit on the stairs and struggles to pick me up again after putting me down to throw open the heavy door at the top. But once we reach the forest outside, she gains speed. After my time in the pit, I'm so stunned by sunlight and fresh air and the sounds of birdsong and insects humming around me that I lose track of how far we travel before we reach the cliff. My ability to focus on one thing at a time returns only when Willow sets me down and kneels in front of me to whisper,
We have to jump. I can't carry you down while I climb, so it's the only way. I'm almost positive I found a place where the river is deep enough for it to be safe, and I'll dive in right after you, okay? So don't worry if you're not able to swim just yet. I'll fish you out ASAP, and we'll keep going.
Her words are at odds with the anxiety tightening her voice, but if she says jumping is the only way, I believe her. I wish I'd given her my trust sooner. But she absolutely has it now. I summon the strength to push weakly to my feet, earning a relieved smile from my mate.
Good. Just walk to the edge, and I'll give you a good hard push.
After my time with Gray, the thought of being shoved off a cliff to my possible death doesn't faze me in the slightest. Returning to my pack and plotting revenge on those who wronged me is preferable, of course, but as long as I know Willow's on her way to safety, death doesn't sound so bad. It would be an escape of sorts, too, after all. When she pushes me and I start to fall, my pulse barely registers the danger. I simply stretch my front legs forward, close my eyes, and prepare myself to hit the water, knowing the river will be far gentler with me than anything that's touched me in God knows how long. Anything except Willow.
Chapter 16. Willow. Fighting tears is my new job. I fight tears as I coax Maxim into believing I'm not a dream. I fight tears as I drag him onto my shoulders and force my overburdened body to carry him through the forest. I fight tears as I push him off the cliff, then run and jump in after him. The terror I experience in those few seconds of free fall, nearly enough to make me cry out as I hit the freezing cold water. But some wise instinct within me reminds me to keep my mouth closed. I hold my breath as I plunge all the way to the bottom before pushing off the rocky riverbed and pulling hard toward the surface. The bag draped over my arms to form a makeshift backpack drags at me as I swim. But I don't want to get rid of it unless I have to, unless I can't manage it and pulling Maxim from the water at the same time. I want the ancient North Star Pack artifacts far away from people who would use them to do harm. And we might need the other supplies I found later if we end up sleeping out in the forest tonight. Though I'm praying harder than I've ever prayed for anything that we find our way to a city before then. If we're still out here tonight, the chances that Bane's soldiers will find us is surely close to 100%. The only way we've gotten this far is the element of surprise. As soon as they realize we're gone, we'll be the easiest of prey. One nearly lame wolf,
and one out-of-shape woman, already trembling all over from exertion, a mere 10 minutes into her escape attempt. I break the surface of the river with a soft gasp and scan the water around me, heart thumping hard with relief, as I see Maxim slowly paddling toward the shore. The current is dragging him downstream as he swims, and his snout is barely out of the water. But he's moving on his own. It's a good sign, and gives me hope that he wasn't as damaged as he appeared to be when I first dropped down into that wretched room. As long as none of his wounds are life-threatening, shifting back and forth between his wolf form, staying wolf for at least a few hours each time, should help him recover fairly quickly. His body, at least. I'm not sure about his mind or heart. If you'd asked me a few days ago if I would ever see Maxim Thorne so broken he couldn't tell reality from fantasy or stop tears from streaming down his face, I would have snorted with laughter and called you a crazy person. No matter how much Maxim needed to learn a lesson about empathy and respecting other people's free will, he didn't deserve anything close to what happened to him back there. No living thing deserves that. Just thinking about it, and that man who so calmly chatted with my sister after breaking a man's bones, makes my skin burn with rage all over again as I climb up the bank and jog to help Maxim out of the river several yards downshore. Good. Rage is good. Rage gives me the strength to hoist a now even heavier, water-drenched Maxim onto my shoulders and stagger toward the road. If we hear a car coming, can you shift? I ask, my voice thin from locking my abdominal muscles as tight as I can. If I let them go for a second, I'm afraid the weight of Maxim will crush my spine. He nods his head weakly in my peripheral vision. Good, I say, trying to sound upbeat. Have a couple thin blankets in the bag I can throw over us. They're soaking wet, but they'll hide enough to hopefully convince someone to stop and help us. We'll tell them we were skinny dipping and got caught up in the current and dragged through some rapids. I suck in a breath. That should explain your injuries. Maxim whines dubiously, low in his throat. Right. Probably not all your injuries, but you can keep your hands hidden beneath the blanket if the nails haven't grown back yet, I reply, wincing as I step on an especially sharp stone by the edge of the road. Shoes would be nice right now, or paws. Once you can walk on your own, I'll shift too, and we'll be able to move faster. He doesn't respond to that, and after a beat, I look over to see that he's out cold again. His pretty amber eyes closed, and his tongue hanging out of his damp muzzle. But he's still breathing. I can feel his ribs moving in and out against my shoulders. So I try not to worry too much. He's probably still in terrible pain. Better for him to sleep, at least until there's a reason for him to be awake. 5 or so miles, and several dozen sharp stones jabbed into my already bleeding feet later, there's still no reason to rouse my unconscious alpha. There hasn't been a sign of life at all so far. Not a car or a house or a campsite, not so much as an empty beer bottle tossed carelessly into the ditch. And I'm back to fighting tears. I can't keep going like this. I'm just not strong enough. The muscles in my shoulders are on fire, my spine is screaming, and my knees are insisting that if I don't give them a rest soon, they're going to snap in half in protest to these insane working conditions. But I can't stop. Surely Kelly has realized that I'm gone by now and sent someone to look for me. Clearly, she and Bane are secretly at odds and working toward 2 different endgames, but she has allies within the camp that she could send to drag me back without Bane being any the wiser. Of course, even if that happens, it sounded like she'll need a certain amount of cooperation from me to bring her plan to fruition. But I know better than to think I can simply refuse to go along with torturing Maxim, and that will be that. Kelly is clever, determined, and desperate to stop her insane mate from taking control of our world. I have no doubt she will use every tool at her disposal to force me to do what she believes is right, even if she has to threaten innocent people to do so. And she has Diana right there, under her thumb. I fight tears again, and a wave of dread and panic, and force myself to keep walking. I can't help Diana now. The best I can do for my friend is to get back to the North Star Pack, get help, and find a way out of this mess that doesn't involve death, violence, torture, or dark rituals performed under the full moon. Good luck with that,
I ignore the inner voice. It's probably right. I don't see a way to peace that doesn't involve violence of some kind. But I can't carry that load right now. Right now, Maxim is all the weight I can bear. And he's worth bearing. No matter what happened between us before, hearing him cry out in his delirium for me to leave him and run, knowing his thoughts were fixed on my safety even in the midst of his own torture, that changed things. As did his tears and his apology and the wonder and love in his eyes when he finally realized I wasn't a dream. He's a complicated man, but he's mine. Mine to care for and protect and challenge when I disagree with him. And someday, mine to laugh with and celebrate with, because we will come out on the other side of this. I have to believe that, or I won't be able to take another step. My world narrows to the shuffle of my feet and the rhythm of my breath, to the stubborn force of will pulsing through my veins, refusing to stop, no matter how my muscles are trembling. I can't stop, and I won't. I will not stop. I will not stop. I will not. Chapter 17. Willow. I wake on the ground, I don't know how many minutes, hours later, to a feminine voice asking, "Honey? Honey, can you hear me?" I drag my eyes open, struggling to make sense of the form leaning over me. It's a woman, I can tell that much, but it takes time to drag her blue jean overalls, messy blonde bun, and worried brown eyes into focus. "Hey there," she says, hope lightening her tone as she takes a careful step closer. "Good to see you awake. I'm Fern. Any idea what happened to you? You and your pet?" The question in her voice and the cautious look in her eyes makes me suspect Maxim is still in wolf form. Maxim, is he? I sit up fast, swaying as the world reels around me. "Easy there," Fern says, crouching beside me. "You've clearly been through something. Just take it slow, and I'll help you however I can." "Thank you," I mumble thickly, as I turn to see Maxim, still in his big black wolf form, sleeping on the grass beside the road. Exhaling with relief, I turn back to Fern. "I was camping, and I thought I'd trail off." The story I prepared seeming ridiculous now. Why would anyone go skinny dipping in October? It's ludicrous. And Fern doesn't look stupid. She doesn't look dangerous either. She actually looks very kind and concerned, and like the sort of person who wouldn't hesitate to help a fellow creature in need. Swallowing hard, I lift my chin, meeting her clear gaze. I was taken by some bad people, very bad people. They took my wolf too. He's hurt, and we're both in danger. We just barely escaped, and I'm sure they're out looking for us. I'd appreciate a ride to the closest city and some clothes so much, but I can't promise it's safe for you to help us. So if you..." Fern cuts me off with a shake of her head. "Say no more. Can you help me get your animal into the back of the truck?" I nod and rise, ignoring the pain flashing through the torn flesh on the bottoms of my feet as Fern drops the tailgate on her pickup. "Sounds like we need to move now and chat later." She circles around to Maxim's rear flank, arching a brow my way. "Is it safe for me to touch him? He's not going to bite my head off if he wakes up while we're moving him, is he?" "He shouldn't, but I'll watch his mouth just in case." I move to Maxim's front, keeping a close eye on his face as we carry him around to the back of the truck and slide him into the bed. But he doesn't wake. A fact that's troubling, though probably best with regard to his healing. The more he can sleep and rest, the better. I hurry back to the place where I collapsed, grabbing the still damp bag full of North Star relics. That dampness gives me hope Maxim and I weren't out for that long, and haven't given our enemies too much time to catch up. "Just shove the groceries out of the way," Fern says, as I open the passenger's door to find the seat full of brightly colored reusable shopping bags. "I was coming back from the store when I saw you fall over, and kept driving up here to see what happened." "Thank you so much," I say, shifting the bags onto the floor and perching gingerly on the seat, suddenly aware of my nakedness in a new way, now that I'm in human company. "I'm sorry I have to sit on your seat without clothes on.
I have a damp blanket in my bag if you think. Stop. Fern shoots me a stern, compassionate look and fires up the truck. After what you've been through, don't you dare apologize for a damn thing. I'm just sorry I don't have anything for you to wear in here. She glances in her rear view and pulls out, quickly picking up speed. We could swing into my place if you want. It's about a mile up ahead. I could run in and grab you something of mine. You're shorter, but otherwise I think we're close to the same size. I pull in a breath, fighting tears again as I shake my head. Thank you, but no. I'd never forgive myself if they caught up with us and hurt you. It's better to keep going, fast. She sits back in her seat, squaring her thin shoulders as she nods. Okay, then that's what we'll do. She reaches out, grabbing an older model cell phone from the cup holder between us. Let me call my boyfriend and warn him I won't be back for a while. Of course, I say, listening as she places the call, quickly explains the situation, then warns the voice on the other end. So keep the doors locked and your gun close, baby. I love you and I'll see you soon. I cross my arms over my chest, fighting to control the trembling starting in my weary muscles. Thank you again. Your boyfriend should be fine. The people after us don't want to attract attention. They shouldn't bother him, not unless they smelled our trail leading up to your house or something. Fern glances my way, out of the corners of her eyes. Smelled? They have tracking dogs? Something like that, I say, not wanting to lie to this woman. I'm so sick of lies, so sick of pretending to be something I'm not, pretending to be human the rare times I've been out and about in their world, pretending to be beta because that's what my pack told me I had to be, pretending to respect people who haven't earned it because I'm too afraid to fight back. I don't want to pretend anymore. So when Fern asks, any chance you'd feel comfortable telling me what happened to you? I say, I would, but I'm not sure you'll believe it. I don't know, she says. I've seen a lot of strange things in these woods the past few years. Things that aren't quite normal, if you know what I mean. I think I know exactly what you mean. And then I proceed to tell her all about the shifter army assembling not 15 miles from her property, and the psychopath leading them, and the sister who betrayed me. I finish the tale by expressing how vital it is for me to get back to Maxim's pack before it's too late to save both our worlds from being thrown into a state of existential chaos modern physics isn't prepared to explain or correct. When I'm done, she's quiet for a long time. But I'm not worried. If Fern decides I'm insane, she's the kind to gently deliver me to the nearest psych ward, not kick me out on the side of the road. But surprisingly, she only says, So it would be a waste of time to take you to the police then? Yes, I need to get to New York as quickly as possible. I initially thought I could go by train, but if my friend can't shift back into his human form, I may have to rent a car or something. I wince. Or steal a car. I don't have any money. She nods over her shoulder. So, he's a man, sometimes? Yes. I study her still calm face. You're taking this really well. Her lips quirk. About a year ago, I was out hiking with some friends and stepped off the trail to use the bathroom. I had a view out across the valley below, and I swear I saw two naked men turn into wolves and go chasing after a couple of rabbits they'd stirred up in the grass. I told my friends when I got back on the trail, but we'd been drinking moonshine while we walked. They thought I was kidding. Or drunk. She shakes her head. But I wasn't, and I haven't gone hiking without my sidearm since. Real wolves I know how to handle. Whatever those two were, I wasn't sure about. Shifters are like people, I say. Some good, some bad. Most too lazy to bother making an effort either way. I cross my arms tighter over my chest. I've never harmed a human, in case you're wondering. I actually haven't spent much time in the human world or outside the neighborhood where I was born. My pack was very controlling. My father was very controlling, she says. Kicked me out of the house at 15, but it ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me. I met some amazing women at Halfway House in Gregston. They helped me learn to believe in myself. I got my GED, then a degree in sustainable agriculture, and worked as a consultant all over the Northeast. A couple of years ago, I finally saved up enough to buy my own farm with my sweet hippie boyfriend my father would have hated for being so gentle and good to me. My brow furrows. I'm sorry. But I'm glad you were able to build the life you love. I did, she says, and you can too with a little help. That part is important. When we're at our lowest, we need good people. Or wolves, she adds with a smile, to lift us up. Yeah, we do, I say, returning her smile. She nods. Good. I'm glad you agree, because I know where we can get you a car and some clothes, and I don't want to hear a word about you bringing them back or paying off any debts. This isn't a loan. It's a hand up when you need it, so you can go save the world. I pull in a deep breath, fighting another wave of tears. But this time, they're grateful, happy tears. Thank you. And I'll do my best, I swear I will. Though I can't promise it will be enough. Your best is all you can do, she says, sobering. The best any of us can do. 90 minutes later, behind the halfway house in Gregston where Fern got her fresh start, I'm standing in a parking lot dressed in jeans and a soft pink sweater, with a small duffel of extra clothes and supplies by my feet. Two older women in matching tie-dyed dresses give me a brief overview of my new car's driving quirks, then hand over the keys to an ancient station wagon with a trunk big enough to fit a sleeping Maxim in either of his forms, as long as I fold down the rear seats first. And here's some traveling money. Felicia, the taller woman with honey-brown skin and graying dreads, presses a wad of bills into my hand. It should cover gas and food, and maybe a hotel if you can find a cheap place off the highway. I know you're eager to get back to the city, but you look like a strong wind would blow you right over. Even a few hours sleep would probably do you good. And your man, too, Colette, the shorter, whiter of the pair, says, wrapping an arm around Felicia's waist and leaning her graying blonde head on her friend's shoulder. Poor thing was so beat he could barely speak while I was kitting him out. Or maybe he was just so appalled by our pitiful selection of men's clothing, he didn't know how to respond. He's just exhausted, I assure her. He's been through a lot. And now we've gone and put him in clothes 3 sizes too small, Colette tuts. Though in my defense, we don't see many men that tall and broad around here. They must grow 'em big in the city, huh? Not really. Maxim's kind of in a league of his own, I say, glancing over her shoulder as Maxim emerges from the back of the halfway house and makes his way gingerly down the stairs. Even in jeans so short they reveal 3 inches of his ankle, and a faded gray bass fishing competition sweatshirt that's strained to accommodate his broad shoulders. The sight of him sends a rush of gratitude and relief rushing through me. Looking good, I say, forcing a smile as he makes his way slowly across the graying asphalt. I like you in sportswear. His lips twitch. I'll throw out all my designer suits as soon as we get home. He stands beside me, looping an arm over my shoulder. But he doesn't lean against me for support the way he did before, when we stopped just outside of town for him to shift, and then climb into the cab of the truck with us. He's clearly still in pain, but he's getting stronger with every passing minute. Thank the stars. I swallow past the lump in my throat and wrap an arm around his waist, giving him a gentle hug. Feeling a little better? He tips his head down to meet my gaze. Much. Feel like I could sleep for 100 years or so, but much, much better. He squeezes my shoulder. Thanks to you. You saved my life. In more ways than one. Aw, Colette says, sniffing and swiping at her cheeks. You two are going to be just fine. I don't know what kind of hell you've been through, but as long as you keep loving each other and looking out for each other, there's nothing you can't do. I truly believe that. So do I, Felicia says, kissing Colette's temple. Me 3, Fern says, stretching out her arms and enveloping both Maxim and me in a rosemary-scented embrace. Be careful, be quick, and don't be afraid to stop by if you're ever in the area again. I'd love to take you on a moonshine hike and have a fire pit under the stars. That sounds amazing, I say, hugging her with my free arm. And you be careful, too. And hopefully, if we do our job, pretty soon there won't be anything to be afraid of in your neck of the woods. I intend to make sure of that, Maxim says, a hint of the old, bossy alpha in his tone as Fern pulls away. But almost immediately he amends, we intend to make sure of it. I nod. We do. Which reminds me, there's so much to tell Maxim, so much he needs to be caught up on before we get back to the city. We really have to get going, no matter how nice it feels to stand here surrounded by good people and feel safe for a little while. The truth is, we aren't safe, and neither are our new friends. No one will be truly safe until Bane and Kelly and all their various twisted schemes are put out of commission, permanently. With a wave goodbye, Maxim and I load into the station wagon, and I drive east, toward our people and hopefully a chance at salvation. For a brief moment, I allow myself to indulge in the hope rising in my chest, and then Maxim says, "I'm not sure it's safe to go back to the tower. Cam's working for Bane. He's been using his pat gift to make our allies forget their promises, and my dad forget things that happened between him and Bane. The stars only know what he'll do if we confront him." My hope shrivels like a grape left out in the sun, and I suddenly feel even wearier than I did before. I glance Maxim's way across the car to see my exhaustion reflected in his shadowed eyes. Well, we didn't really expect anything to be easy, did we? His lips twitch again. Would have been nice, though. For once. Yeah, I agree, dividing my attention between him and the road. Let's drive for a couple of hours, get far enough off the path to make it hard for anyone following us to track us down, and get a room. We can eat some food, grab a few hours sleep, and wake up ready to make a plan. Sounds good, he says, resting one big hand on my thigh. And so does what Colette said. And what Maggie said, too, before she died. If you'll give me another chance to be on your team, little wolf, I won't betray your trust again. I swear it. I'm not the man I was before. I know those are just words right now, but I'll work as long as it takes to prove they're true. I place my hand over his. I believe you mean that. And I still care about you, Maxim. I probably always will. There's something here between us. Something I can't deny, and I don't want to. When I glance back at him again, his eyes are shining. I dreamed about you down there. You and only you. My life was yours even before you carried me out of that pit. Fighting tears, I whisper, I'll take good care of it, Big Bad. I promise. Of that, I have no doubt, he says, threading his fingers through mine. And then we fall silent, watching the sun set outside as we race into the uncertain future. But his hand is still in mine. And right now, that feels like a lot.
Chapter 18. Maxim. We grab cheeseburgers in a small town off the highway, and then drive south on a country road and backtrack west for 20 minutes, hoping to throw any pursuers off our path. By the time we reach an even smaller town with nothing but a gas station, an ancient post office, and a tiny motel that advertises free cable on a flickering sign, the sun has set, and I'm wishing we'd ordered extra burgers, even though they would have been cold by now. As we carry our belongings into our clean but faded room, my stomach snarls like a cat trapped in a corner. Willow turns to me with a half-smile and an arched brow.
Guess your first solid food in a couple days went down okay then?
I shake my head, still struggling to come to terms with the fact that my torture probably lasted no more than 24 hours total. Thank the stars Willow got me out when she did, or I seriously doubt my sanity would have survived even a week with Gray. I feel like I could eat the station wagon, I reply, stained upholstery and all. She sets the duffel bag the women at the halfway house gave us on the small table by the windows and unzips the top.
Then I guess it's a good thing I grabbed a few things at the gas station when we stopped to brush our teeth, huh?
She pulls out a bag of crinkle-cut potato chips, a couple of browning bananas, a tin of mixed nuts, and a package of those pink, plastic-looking snack cakes I haven't had since I was a kid. Immediately, I want to kiss her. But that isn't anything new. I've wanted to kiss her since the moment I woke up to find her standing over my torture bed, and even more so since we bought toothbrushes at the gas station, and I was allowed to scrub the taste of fear and pain from my mouth. But I don't know if Willow is open to that at this point. So instead, I say, "You are the smartest and best woman I've ever met." She laughs.
That's quite a compliment, considering some of the women on your team.
Her smile fades as she sits down in one of the table's chairs. I settle into the other and reach for the bag of potato chips.
Speaking of the women on your team,
She adds.
do you think Cam's gotten to Hermione?
I shake my head. I don't think so. I pause, then amend. At least, he hadn't before I was taken. At our council meetings, she seemed as confused by the other pack's lack of response as the rest of us. She has family in Boston, and even they were icing her out. I devour a giant handful of chips and swallow before adding. That should have set off alarm bells that this was something more than just shifting alliances. I should have realized there was something supernatural going on. Willow opens the tin of nuts.
Don't be too hard on yourself. Everything's clearer in hindsight, like with Kelly. I should have guessed what she was up to the second I saw you strapped to that table, but it took a while to connect the dots.
My jaw clenches. I had a horrible thought, actually, about that. My stomach cramps, but I don't stop eating. My body is working hard to heal all the damage it sustained, and it demands food, now, no matter what my emotions have to say about it. You don't think they can use Diana for the ritual, do you? To become their queen? Willow's face pales, but after a moment she shakes her head.
No, I don't think so. I don't think just any old mate locked in a basement would do. I think it has to be one of the brothers from the prophecy. And Bane's already mated to Kelly, and Diana is his sister. Even if Kelly managed to get Bane locked up in the pit, she'd never be able to force Diana to marry him or work the ritual. From what I overheard, it sounds like they need the sacred items I took, as well as the sword, to make that happen, and conception is probably involved, so...
I keep eating, even as my throat squeezes tight. Like the story Maggie told us, about the queen who fed on her unborn baby and her tortured mate for 200 years.
Yes.
Willow shivers.
I'm pretty sure we'd already be living in that reality if Kelly were able to conceive. She said it was because I would make a better queen than she would, but...
And you would have, I say, correcting myself as I catch Willow's gaze across our junk food feast. You will. If we can't find another way, then we will take control and rule, Willow. And we'll do a damned good job of it. Her brow furrows, and her gaze falls to the table.
But
She picks at the top of the package of snack cakes.
I don't think we're pregnant, Maxim. As soon as I left the tower, I went to a pharmacy and bought the morning after pill, and I took it.
Good, I say stiffly, hating the reminder of that dark night when I crossed lines that I never should have crossed. That wasn't my decision to make for you. It was yours, and again, I'm so sorry. If I could go back and undo it, I would. It is the greatest regret of my life. She's quiet for a moment before she says,
And I wish I'd told you the truth about Pax before you found out the way you did. He did try to rape me. That was the truth, but I managed to fight him off and get away. I lied about it because it seemed like the only way to convince you to let me stay in the tower where I had a shot at safety.
I sigh. You were right. It was. After the poisoning, I was so afraid of someone hurting my father or someone else under my protection that I was becoming just like them.
Like who?
She asks. I push the bag of chips away and swipe the back of my hand across my salt-stung lips. All those men I had such disdain for when I first started attending alpha meetings with Dad to negotiate territory and alliances. They were such smug, narrow-minded bullies. They never seemed to listen when anyone else talked. Their own voice was the only one they cared about. They thought they fucking knew it all just because they'd scared their subordinates into silence. Willow pulls out one of the pink cakes, sets it on the plastic the treat came in, and slides it in front of me.
I know you feel like shit right now, but it really is okay. We all have learning curves in life. What matters is that you see where you were going wrong and correct course.
I swallow hard, fighting tears for who knows what time today. My eyes are broken, and I'm not sure my soul is up to the challenge ahead. I'm really honestly fucking not. But what if I can't, Willow? I ask softly. What if I'm just like them? What if I'm the kind of man that power corrupts, no matter how hard I try to fight it?
Eat your snack cake,
She says.
It's scientifically proven that men who eat pink snack cakes are incapable of becoming evil alpha bully warlords.
My lips try to lift, but the fear rampaging through me won't tolerate a smile right now. I'm serious. The Council could remove me as alpha, but they won't. They've never recalled a pack leader, not in thousands of years of North Star history. There are basically no checks on my power except those I impose on myself.
Then we revise pack law to put more meaningful checks and balances in place,
She says, lifting her snack cake.
But first, we have to make sure there's still a pack around to reform, which means figuring out if Cam has warped the memories of our people too, or if we still have a chance to root him out before his cancer grows. Now, seriously, eat your cake. I want to watch you eat something pink. I'm easily amused.
I take the soft, almost sickeningly sweet-smelling confection and pop it into my mouth in one bite, then chew soberly, holding her gaze until I swallow. How was that? All you imagined and more? Her lips twitch.
Not quite, but pretty good. Next time I'll bring you a pink cupcake with a unicorn horn on it covered in sprinkles and make it so big you won't be able to eat it in one bite. That will be even better.
She nods and takes a bite of her cake, only to pull a face and immediately set the thing back down on the square of cardboard in front of her.
Oh, God, that's awful. It tastes like poison.
The thought spurs something in me. We could try poison. Not enough to kill Cam, but enough to knock him out long enough to get him locked in a cell with something covering his mouth so he can't confuse anyone else. But she arches a brow as she reaches for her water bottle. But you'd have to do it. Not only will he be less suspicious of you than me, but Baines said something when I was in the pit about you and Kelly probably being immune to the forgetting gift because your mother has it. Willow shakes her head.
But I wasn't, remember? My mom did make me forget until...
I wince again, wondering if I'll ever be able to do enough good for this woman to make up for all the pain I've inflicted. Fuck, I hope so. I'm certainly going to try. But it wasn't easy, right? I ask. You said she had to work with you for a long time to make the memory disappear. Her lips press together as she nods.
Yes, several months at least. I know I had nightmares for a long time. I kept getting in trouble at school for falling asleep in class because I wasn't sleeping well at night.
Misery flashes through my chest, and I want to travel back in time and comfort that little girl so much it shocks me. I've never had feelings like this about a lover before. But with Willow, I reach under the table to rest a hand on her knee. I'm sorry about that too. She cocks her head and lifts a shoulder.
It's actually okay, truly. If given the option, I wouldn't have chosen to remember, but I'm glad I did. It's part of my life and what shaped me into the person I am. And I always felt like there was something at the bottom of my mind, you know? Something lurking in the dark that I spent so much time and energy avoiding.
She shakes her head.
And avoiding it gave it power. Now that the truth is out, it's not as scary as I imagined, and I'm stronger than I thought. And both of those things are good.
They're very good. I give her leg a gentle squeeze. And I think that supports my theory, too. You never fully forgot the attack, and it took so long for your mother to suppress the memory. It makes me think that if you were only exposed to Cam's forgetting gift for a short amount of time, it wouldn't have an effect on you. Willow nibbles her bottom lip.
It's at least worth a shot. Assuming he hasn't already convinced everyone in the tower that we're evil and they should shoot us on sight the second we walk through the door.
We'll do some scouting first. I'll discreetly make contact with some of my most trusted people and see what I can sort out. I rub the back of my aching neck. Though probably not my father or Hermione.
In a coup-type situation, Cam would go to work on them first.
Willow agrees. Exactly. But there are others, people who will probably slip past Cam's radar, but who are loyal to the bone and will do what I ask without question. She takes another drink of water, smiling as she swallows.
See? You're not all bad. You wouldn't have people who loved you like that if you were a big bad alpha bully all the time.
Her words make me wince, and shame rises inside me again. You don't have to try to make me feel better, Willow. You don't have to comfort me. I hurt you. If anyone needs to be comforting and lifting someone up, it's me. Willow nods, her expression sobering.
Maybe. But my heart doesn't work that way, Maxim. You were brutally tortured, and you still look like a flick of my fingers could shatter you into 1,000 pieces.
I'm fine. I insist through a tight jaw.
You've had tears in your eyes on and off pretty much constantly since the second you woke up on that table,
she says, not backing down.
And I know you well enough to know that's not normal for you. You are hurting and damaged, and I don't kick people when they're down.
She covers my hand with hers under the table as she adds in a softer voice.
And I don't want to kick you anyway. I don't want to hate you or resent you or resist you. I just want to let go and trust that it's safe to finish falling in love with you, and that you won't hurt me again.
The tears she called me out on stream down my cheeks as I promise. Never. I swear on my father's life, on Diana's life, on the memory of my mother. I pull in a ragged breath. Who would have loved you, by the way? Your heart and your humor and your bravery. She would have been a big fan. Willow sniffs, tears streaming down her face, too.
Then let's do this, okay? Let's take that big scary jump together. Let's trust each other and be there for each other. Because I think Maggie was right about that, too. If we stick together, we can have peace. Not just for us, but for our people.
I can't remember which of us reaches for the other first, but suddenly Willow is in my lap, in my arms, her tears mixing with mine as we kiss. And like everything with Willow, it's different than other kisses. Better, sweeter. It's a brutally honest conversation, a confession. And by the time she finally pulls away to ask,
I'm not hurting you, am I?
I'm so full of feeling, my chest is about to explode. No, I tighten my arms around her, needing her to stay right where she is. You feel beautiful and terrifying and perfect. She brushes her fingers gently across my cheeks, swiping away the damp. The tenderness in her eyes makes me believe I am more man than monster, and that I can become something even better, as long as she's here beside me.
I feel the same way, she whispers. But you don't have to be afraid of me, Maxim. I won't hurt you. I promise.
But someone could take you away, I say in an equally soft voice, the possibility too horrible to speak at full volume. Maybe even forever. Understanding and pain flicker in her eyes.
Yes, they could. And they could do the same to you. So I guess we'd better make the most of every day we get, huh?
She kisses my forehead, making me feel safe in a way I can't remember feeling since my mother died. And the one person who loved me unconditionally was taken away. My father loves all his kids, but it's not the same, and it never was. I cup her cheek in my hand. Whenever we decide to have children, if we decide to have them, they will be so lucky to have you as a mother. They will never doubt that they're so loved. She blinks faster.
Stop or you're going to make me start crying again, and I'd really rather get naked. If you're up for it. Even fraught, super emotional sex is probably pretty great, right?
Wonder blooms in my chest. I wouldn't know. I've never had that kind. I think it's called making love when you do it that way. She holds my gaze, nodding slowly.
I think so too.
She threads her fingers gently into my hair.
Would you like to try it? With me?
More than anything in the world, I promise, standing and lifting her into my arms, ignoring the hot pain that flashes through my still wounded leg and foot. I'll nurse my injuries tomorrow. Tonight, I have to prove to my mate that we're both still alive, and that no one can take this bond away from us. I carry her to the closest of the two beds in the room and pull down the ugly flower bedspread to reveal the sheets. They smell of bleach and laundry detergent and other civilized scents that seem to promise we'll find a way to bring order to a world gone mad. But before we bring our people together, I need to fall apart with my woman.
Chapter 19. Willow. The chemistry that ignites in my blood when we touch is the same as it was before, but so different too. I don't know if it's the perspective I've gained in the past few days, or the fact that Maxim and I are finally being honest with each other, but as he lies me on the bed and lengthens himself on top of me, just that small, sweet closeness is enough to make my heart feel big enough to hold the entire room. I cup his face in my hands as we kiss, slowly exploring each other, taking our time with each slip and slide of our tongues and press of our lips. And all the while, I'm fluttering madly beneath my skin. A swarm of moths has been set loose from my bones, and Maxim is the bright, beaming light they can't bear to be parted from for another instant. How can you make me want you so much? I murmur against his delicious mouth. Just with a kiss. He groans softly, shifting until his hips are nestled between my legs, and the thick, heavy ridge of his erection presses against where I ache for him. All you have to do is look at me, little wolf. One flash of those green eyes, and I'm helpless. He cups my breast in his hand through my sweater, and his breath rushes out. As I suspected. I smile against his lips. What's that? No bra, he says, squeezing me through the soft wool. You should never wear a bra. Ever. You should never wear clothes, I say, tugging at the bottom of his sweatshirt. Especially not clothes like these, he says, as he strips the shirt off and tosses it on the floor, before bringing his hands to my waist and gliding both under my sweater.
They definitely gave you the nicer things from the charity box.
I bite my lip, breath coming faster as he captures both my breasts in his hands and sweeps his thumbs back and forth over my nipples. It's Colette's, actually. She insisted on giving me something from her closet.
We're going to make an enormous contribution to their charity.
He abandons my breasts long enough to strip the sweater over my head and toss it aside, and then his mouth is where his hands were a moment ago. He drags his tongue over my electrified nipple, sending hunger pulsing between my legs as he adds,
massive amounts of money, and several vehicles, and a Harley with a sidecar.
Arching into his mouth, I pant, "Why a Harley with a sidecar?"
Felicia mentioned in passing that she'd sold hers to pay off the mortgage on the building.
That's sweet, Big Bad. I fist my fingers in his hair, rolling my hips against his waist as he licks and sucks my nipples like he's never tasted anything as delicious.
You're sweet. I want to devour every inch of you, he growls,
nipping at the underside of my breast, summoning an answering rumble from my throat.
Then get to it, mister, I say. My pussy isn't going to kiss itself.
He glances up, surprise and pleasure mixing in his gaze.
What was that?
I grin. I want to know what it feels like. I heard it's pretty great, but if you're not into it... I shrug, before adding in a faux casual voice. Or not good at it.
He smiles,
that big, fearless Maxim smile I've only seen a few times, but already love so much, it's probably dangerous. I could become addicted to that smile, willing to do whatever it takes to make him flash that grin my way. But it looks like all it takes is being myself. Because he's still grinning when he promises,
I'm a man with many flaws, little wolf. I'll grant you that. But being selfish in bed isn't one of them.
He curls his fingers into the waist of my jeans.
And eating pussy happens to be one of the things I'm best at.
After being insufferably bossy and looking really good naked, I tease, as he pops the button on my jeans and drags the zipper down. His dark eyes glitter.
Yes, after both of those. But before grilling steaks so damned succulent, your taste buds will come nearly as hard as I'm about to make your body come right now.
I bite my lip and murmur,
Promises, promises. That sassy mouth of yours is going to earn you a spanking one of these days, he says,
stripping my jeans and panties down my legs in one swift movement, leaving me completely bare to him.
Oh, I hope so, I whisper,
as he settles between my legs and brings his warm hands to my thighs, dragging them farther apart. He meets my eyes across the landscape of my body, his breath coming faster.
Fuck, Willow. You smell so good.
He glances between my legs, an almost pained expression on his face as he adds,
You're so sexy like this. So wet and ready for me.
I squirm beneath his gaze. You make me crazy. I want you so much.
But you want me to pull out this time, right?
He asks, reaching up to rub my nipples as he presses a kiss to my thigh that makes me shudder and my womb tighten.
I need you to tell me now. As soon as I feel you coming on my mouth, I'm not going to be able to get my cock in you fast enough, baby. And I'll probably be past the point of stopping to ask these kinds of questions.
No, I break off with a gasp as his mouth moves to my pussy and he presses the softest kiss to my clit. Even that gentle touch is enough to make me moan and arch my back, shamelessly bringing my sex closer to his mouth.
No, you don't want me to come inside you, he murmurs,
his tongue tracing slowly around the top of me, making my head spin and my nipples pull even tighter beneath his fingertips.
Or no, you don't want me to pull out.
No, I don't. I exhale, rocking into the firmer, skilled strokes of his tongue. How can that feel so good? How is that even possible? God, Maxim, your mouth.
My mouth belongs to you, little wolf.
He cups my ass in his big hands, lifting me off the bed and angling his head so he can get even closer to where I ache.
But I need an answer. Now.
Yes. Oh, yes, now, I pant, as his tongue presses into my channel and does this rippling thing that's probably unnatural, but who cares when it's so mind-blowingly good? My blood rushes faster and the tension coiling low in my body becomes a swirling storm. And then he covers my entire sex with his mouth and begins to suck with deep, rhythmic pulls. And I shatter. Heels pressing into the mattress, I grind into his brilliant, perfect, talented mouth as pleasure rampages through me, twisting and pulling and reshaping me in ways that bind me even closer to this man. I don't need to have direct experience with other mouths to know his is the best. And even if there is someone out there better at this than him, I don't want to meet them. This bliss is already so intense, it's almost more than my nervous system can handle. By the time I start to come down from my pleasure spiral, I'm trembling all over and my heart is about to burst from my chest. And then Maxim shifts his position, focusing all his attention on my clit as he pushes 2 fingers deep into my core, and the wheels inside begin to wind tighter all over again. I'm seconds away from coming a second time when he pulls away and swats the side of my ass hard enough to make me yip and my closed eyes fly open. "Tell me what you want, Willow," he demands, his breath nearly as ragged as mine. "Am I pulling out or not? Tell me now. Because all I want is to come so deep inside you, little wolf. I want to put my baby in you so badly it's making me fucking crazy." I prop up on my elbows, watching the way his eyes rake hungrily from my breasts to my pussy and back to my eyes as I move, leaving no doubt he thinks I'm beautiful and sexy and oh so desirable. But we're going to need more than raging mutual attraction to make it for the long haul. And I don't want to make a decision like this because of a prophecy or fear or even the biological drive to reproduce with my fated mate. Do you really want to? Really, I ask? Or do you just think it's the best strategic move? "I've wanted to breed you since that night in my apartment, after the attack in the theater," he says, without a beat of hesitation. "Long before I knew about the prophecy, or thought I wanted kids, or was ready to admit that what I felt for you was a hell of a lot more than lust." "Even then?" I ask, tingles of awareness dancing across my skin as he presses his thumb to my sensitized clit and begins to move it in gentle circles. "Even then," he says softly, "I missed the entire show. I only wanted to watch you. Everything you felt was right there on your face, and I reach down, brushing his hair from his forehead, silently willing him to say whatever he's holding back. He swallows and adds, "I wanted you to feel things for me. I wanted you to trust me, to take you on an adventure the way you trusted the people on that stage. This adventure is going to be bigger than anything on any stage," I say, bliss swelling inside me again as his thumb moves faster. "So much bigger," he agrees. "I want everything with you, little wolf. That includes babies and a family and proving to everyone who sees us that you are the most important thing in my world, and that hurting you would be the stupidest and the last thing they could ever do." Breasts rising and falling faster, I put my hand over his, stopping him before he can make me come again, needing my wits about me for a few more seconds. "Then come inside me, Big Bad. I don't think the timing is right for conceiving, but that shouldn't stop us from trying." Wonder and uncertainty mix on his face. "Really? Even after everything?" I nod. If we're pregnant, then other people will have to stop trying to get me pregnant. His brow furrows, but I push on before he can speak. And there is no one in the world I want to have a baby with other than you. I want your baby, Maxim. I want you in my bed and by my side and in my life for as long as we can make each other happy. "Then I guess I'm going to have to keep you happy," he says, lengthening himself on top of me. "Because I want forever." He kisses my forehead, my cheek, and I'm very fucking stubborn when it comes to getting and keeping the things I want. "So I've heard," I say, lifting my chin, "but I'm just as stubborn." He kisses me, his lips moving against mine as he says, "Thank the stars for that, or I wouldn't be in this bed with you right now. You saved my life." "And you saved mine," I say, threading my fingers into his silky hair. He smells like the river we plummeted into what feels like ages ago, and fresh air from having the windows down as we drove, and home and safety, and all the adventures waiting around the bend. I want him inside me so much. The hunger gnaws at my heart like a starving beast. But before we make love for the first time, I need him to know one more thing. Also, when all the madness is finally over, I want a big wedding. The biggest, he promises. With the weekend after party in the woods, like they used to do in the old days, I say, helping him pop the button on his jeans and boxers and shove them lower on his hips. I'll rent a private island. And my parents will come live with us, I say, gasping as his newly freed cock brushes against where I need him so badly. For keeps, and you have to be really nice to them. Best son-in-law ever, he says, kicking his jeans off and settling fully between my thighs. He rocks against me, rubbing his fever-hot length between my folds, but not making any move to push inside. Is that all? And a cat, I breathe, as I wrap my legs around his waist. I want a cat. I'll find one that isn't afraid of shifters, and it will live with us and love us and sleep in our bed. Hard no on the cat in my bed, he says, reaching between us to rub my clit, making me moan and beg, inside me, please. Not until you promise. This is the only pussy allowed in my bedroom, he says, the feel of his erection teasing at my entrance, making me dizzy with need. All right, it's a deal, I say. Let's fuck on it. Yes, let's, he says, a smile in his voice that becomes a groan of pleasure as he positions his cock and drives inside me, filling me with one delicious thrust. Oh, yes, I say, relief and bliss throbbing through me in equal measure as we begin to move. Yes, this is it. All I need. All I'll ever need. Everything, he agrees, kissing me hard and deep. You are everything, he promises. And then he makes me believe it.
Chapter 20. Maxim. Fucking hell. Sex has never felt this good. Nothing has ever felt this good. Making love to Willow is intense and incredible and so damned hot I find myself fighting the urge to come almost immediately. It's like I'm 17 again and in bed with my first woman, but even more overwhelming because I have the experience to know how special this is, how special she is. My heart is in her hands and my cock is hers for life. So I'd better make sure she's pleased with it. Forcing myself to slow down, I pull in a breath and hold it as I roll over onto my back, carrying her with me so that she's on top with her hands braced on my chest. You set the pace, little wolf, I say, squeezing the delicious fullness of her hips. Show me how you like it.
I like it all,
she says, rocking forward and back, finding the rhythm she prefers.
Oh, yes, this is... God, Maxim, you're so deep inside me. I love feeling you so deep.
So damned sexy, baby, I say through clenched teeth as I begin to recite multiplication tables in my head. Because this, her on top, riding me with her breasts bouncing and her cheeks flushed with pleasure, it's even hotter than having her under me. Fuck, Willow, I say, biting my lip hard enough to send pain flashing through my jaw as she begins to move faster. You destroy me, fucking destroy me.
No, never,
she pants, her nails digging into my chest as her thrusts grow almost frantic.
Never. I won't destroy you. I love you, Maxim. I love you so much.
So much, I echo, crying out with her as she comes, her bliss so intense I swear I can feel it vibrating in my bones. As she collapses on my chest, I cradle her head in one hand as I squeeze her ass tight in the other. I love you so fucking much, baby, I say, continuing to pulse against her with my hips, rocking into her clit, wanting to draw out her release as long as possible, to prove to her that her pleasure will always come first for me. You are all I need, all I want, Oh, fuck, sweetheart, your pussy feels so good squeezing my cock. I love making you come. She whimpers and bites down on my pectoral muscle, making me growl and smack her ass before squeezing it again. Bite me as much as you want, little wolf. I like your sharp little teeth on my skin. I fist my hand in the hair at the nape of her neck, pulling her head back until I can watch the expression on her face as I add, I'd also like to fuck you from behind while I put my teeth on you. Permission to mount you like my little bitch, baby girl? Her breath rushes out through parted lips as she says,
Yes, make me yours, Maxim. Mount me, mark me.
She doesn't have to ask twice. In seconds, I have her on her belly on the bed, and I'm behind her, pushing back into her slick heat as I guide her hair to one side and fist my hand there again, holding on tight as I drag my teeth lightly over her shoulder. She shivers, and I begin to move, whispering against her skin as I fuck her. I've got 5 more minutes in me, baby, if that. I'm so close to coming in you, so damn close. I haul in a ragged breath. So if you want to come again, you'd better listen up and follow instructions. Spread your legs wider and put your fingers on your clit. She moans and obeys, her thighs parting as she moves her hand, allowing me to drive deeper with my next thrust. She cries out in response, pushing her ass back against me as I trap a mouthful of her shoulder muscle in my teeth and bite down. Yes, she pants, the fresh heat slicking her pussy and the way she writhes beneath me as I move faster, proving this is getting to her as fast as it's getting to me.
Oh, yes, yes, Maxim, give me everything. Everything, all of you.
I growl against her sweet flesh and obey, slamming into her cunt, hammering her so hard the sounds of our bodies colliding fill the room, underscored by Willow's sexy as hell whimpers and moans. And then she screams my name, and her pussy grips me so tight I have no choice but to join her at the edge of oblivion. I come with a guttural cry of pleasure and possession, ecstasy flooding every cell as my balls tighten and my cock jerks deep inside her. Wave after wave of sweetness washes over me as I fill her with my release, the animal part of me savagely pleased that she's taking my seed and covered with my scent. This is how I want to keep her. Bedded and sated and filled with my cum, and hopefully soon heavy with our child. My wolf is a Neanderthal when it comes to you, I confess against her damp, sweat-slick neck after, as we lie catching our breath. She hums against the sheets.
How's that?
He wants you under him and filled with cum at all times. She laughs softly.
And how about you?
I consider that for a beat, then confess. Also pretty on board with you under me and filled with cum. Sorry, not sorry, I say, smiling as she glances over her shoulder, her glittering green eyes filled with pleasure that makes me so damned happy it's probably sinful. My pack and people are still in so much danger, and my little sister is being held captive by 2 very dangerous people and their equally insane allies. But when Willow looks at me like that, like I've made her dreams come true, I can't help feeling hopeful, grateful.
How about pressed up against the wall in the shower and filled with cum?
She asks.
Because a shower followed by a hard sleep sounds like heaven right now.
I think I can make that fantasy come true. I pull out, only for my wounded leg to remind me it's not in the best shape as I sit back on my heels. Though you might have to keep at least 1 foot on the ground, I'm still not 100%, and I don't want to drop you. She rolls over, concern tightening her features,
Is your leg hurting?
Some, I confess.
I grabbed pain reliever at the gas station, too.
She says, sliding off the bed and padding over to the table naked. I lie on my side, enjoying the view. I like the way your ass jiggles when you walk. She shoots me a narrow look over her shoulder.
Is that a nice way of saying you don't mind that I'm a little overweight?
You're not. You're perfect, I say. And that's my way of saying I like your ass. Especially when it jiggles. Especially when I'm making it jiggle because I'm fucking you from behind. She turns, a hand propped on her hip.
You're not talking like a man who needs pain pills.
She glances pointedly to my crotch and then back to my face.
And are you hard again, already?
My cock just wants you to know I mean what I say. And that I'm not all talk. I roll onto my back, linking my hands together behind my head. In fact, why don't you come hop on my dick and we can worry about those pain pills later? She huffs.
Hop on your dick? What am I, a sex bunny?
No, you're a sex goddess, I say, urging her closer with a nod of my head. Now get on my dick, little wolf. I need to be balls deep in you again.
Bossy, bossy,
she chides, but I can tell by the flush spreading from her cheeks to her neck that the dirty talk is turning her on. But you like it when we're naked. If I told you to get on all fours on the floor and get ready to get fucked hard by your alpha, you'd be on your hands and knees in a hot second. She stalks toward the bed.
And if I told you to eat my pussy until your tongue goes numb, you'd obey without question.
I smile. I will eat your pussy until the seas run dry and every creature on this planet turns to dust. She laughs, and I add, but first, you're going to straddle my hips and put my dick where it belongs. Right now, little wolf. Don't make me ask again.
Impossible. That's what you are,
she says, but she's already climbing on top of me and fitting the tip of my cock against his favorite place in the world. We make love twice more in the bed, then again in the shower before collapsing naked into the other bed and falling into such a deep, hard sleep that I don't hear the car pull up in the middle of the night. I am dead to the world, completely oblivious, until Willow awakens me with a shake of my shoulder and terrified whisper,
"It's Bane, Maxim, outside. I can smell him."
Instantly, I can too. Get to the car, get away, I'll find you later, I say. I'm already shifting as I roll off the bed, but I'm not quite fast enough. By the time my paws land on the thinning carpet, my brother's large brown wolf is already crashing through the window, sending shattered glass exploding into the room. Maxim and Willow's love story concludes in Wolf Mate.
This has been Wolf Queen by Bella Jacobs, narrated by Jason Clark and Lily Valente. Copyright 2022 Bella Jacobs. Production copyright 2022 Bella Jacobs.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.